Chapter 953. Heavenly Corpse. Chapter 953. Heavenly Corpse. Dense golden light is floating on the battle stage. This kind of aura is the aura of a martial spirit. Just now, Long Fangyu separated a part of his martial spirit and released even stronger power through mighty dragon mysterious technique. Yi Yaoxue did not expect this and was seriously injured. Naturally, Long Fangyu's injuries are not small, but he feels that Yi Yaoxue's injuries are even more serious than his. Yi Yaoxue saw Long Fangyu rush through the golden energy mist and arrive. Relying on her rich battle experience and keen awareness, her palm flashed like lightning and immediately flickered with a very strong red light. In that instant, Qin Yun saw through the red light and saw even more details of the runes. He has been focusing his mind all along, so when the red light appeared, a great amount of details of the runes were branded into his mind. Ah! Long Fangyu's fist collided with Yi Yaoxue's palm and immediately split open. Flesh and blood filled with golden light splashed out. All that was left of his arm were golden bones. Flesh and blood, tendons and everything else have been jolted and scattered. I concede. Long Fangyu's expression is filled with fear as he yelled. Yi Yaoxue gasped for air, looked at Long Fangyu and coldly groaned, "You will never be my opponent." Long Fangyu lost this time. It is equivalent to gambling, but he lost. Not only his arms are heavily injured, even his martial spirit has suffered some damage. Although Yi Yaoxue won, her injuries are also very serious. It can be seen from her pale complexion. What kind of power is that? Qin Yun looked at Yi Yaoxue. His heart is filled with doubt. That power has no impact power. It also has no explosive power, but it caused Long Fangyu's arm to explode. Ling Yuner is also very amazed. Xiao Yun, you saw many details of the runes just now. Can you guess what kind of rune it is? That kind of complex rune. It is very possible that it is heavenly rune. Motherfucker. How can heavenly rune transform into martial spirit? Is there such a thing? Qin Yun said in his heart. Yuner, I am also not sure if it is heavenly rune or not, but from the degree of complexity, it is even more complex than the Gemini heavenly rune I obtained before. Although Qin Yun remembers most of the details, it is completely useless because it is not a complete rune. He can only judge the complexity of the rune based on the details. The complexity was far beyond his imagination. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, there must be a very formidable power hidden inside her body, it is just that she has not released it. Qin Yun also feels that she released a portion of her power in a moment of desperation. After the barrier was removed, Yi Yaoxue and Long Fangyu walked down the battle stage by themselves and took medicinal pills. They all had very good medicinal pills in their hands, which could quickly stabilize their injuries. Murong Tianjia, it is time for you to go up. They have come prepared this time, you must not lower your guard. Yi Yaoxue said. Murong Tianjia nodded his head and walked onto the battle stage. The person sent by the Dragon sect was a skinny young man. The skinny youth from the Dragon's Gate sect wore a set of yellowish-white clothes. He looked sallow and emaciated. His sallow face gave off a sinister feeling, and he was expressionless. Granny Star said in low voice, Xiao Yun, this guy is very strong. He is the strongest disciple with another surname in the Dragon sect. Dragon sect was originally established by Long family. After it became a sect, they also accepted disciples with another surname. Generally speaking, most of the strongest disciples in Dragon sect are surnamed Long. And this disciple with another surname is surely stronger than many disciples with the surname Long, otherwise they would not have sent him up. Granny Star, you seem to understand Dragon sect's matters very well. Qin Yun said with smile. This person doesn't look very strong, his aura is also very weak. This guy's name is Shi Xuanfei. He awakened a red variant martial spirit. It is a kind of martial spirit that does not feel pain. Granny Star lowered her voice. He cultivates a lost cultivation method. It is to cultivate his body like a corpse. That cultivation method is called Heavenly Corpse Technique. He wants to refine himself into a powerful heavenly corpse. No wonder he looks so strange. So it is like this, Qin Yun said in amazement. Indeed, don't look at how skinny he is, his body is very strange. I don't know how he cultivated it. Heavenly Corpse Technique is very evil, Granny Star said with frown. Shi Xuanfei is a late-stage martial emperor, even peak martial emperors would not be able to defeat him so easily. Qin Yun said with frown. Yi Yaoxue sent Murong Tianjia up, isn't this somewhat inappropriate? No matter what, she should have sent a late-stage martial emperor up. Granny Star shook her head and said, Murong Tianjia is a super genius, even though he is mid-stage martial emperor and has just broken through. His strength is definitely stronger than majority of late-stage martial emperors. Really? Could it be that 100 Pagoda sect doesn't have a late-stage martial emperor super genius? Qin Yun looked at the pale-faced Yi Yaoxue and said in low voice, Granny Star, has Yi Yaoxue been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time? Granny Star nodded, indeed. This is also something she is very anxious about. Murong Tianjia and Shi Xuanfei are on the battle stage. They waited for the barrier to open and then signaled the judge to get ready. The judge rang the gong. The second round of martial emperor competition has begun. If Murong Tianjia wins this round, 100 Pagoda sect will be able to defend the first round. If he loses, 100 Pagoda sect will have to send someone who can win the third round and defend the second round. If Murong Tianjia loses the third round, 100 Pagoda sect will lose this round. From the start, Shi Xuanfei is standing motionless. His eyes are completely emotionless looking at Murong Tianjia. Murong Tianjia waved his hand and condensed a black sword in his hand. He is not a sword cultivator. The sword in his hand is condensed from sword martial spirit, moreover it is black. Having a black sword martial spirit means that he has grasped a formidable divine ability. Very strong sword intent, Granny Star exclaimed in admiration, as expected of City Master Murong's strongest grandson. Sword intent is not like energy aura, so it can penetrate through the barrier. That formidable sword intent is indeed very dreadful. Murong Tianjia appeared beside Shi Xuanfei in a blink of an eye with his black longsword in hand, and then stabbed forward. A sword condensed from a martial spirit is not a weapon. So this is not against the rules. Even though Murong Tianjia's sword is not a real weapon, it is like a real weapon. It is comparable to a sword cultivator's origin sword. Shi Xuanfei is like a corpse. He is motionless. Murong Tianjia's sword very easily pierced towards Shi Xuanfei's body. However, Shi Xuanfei is still without any expression. His waxy yellow face is completely motionless. It is very strange. Murong Tianjia promptly pulled out his sword and vigorously kicked Shi Xuanfei. Shi Xuanfei was kicked back a few steps. There is still no expression on his face. It is impossible to see whether he is happy, angry, sad, or joyful. If his eyes were not open, people would think that he is a corpse. Dragon sect disciples seem to be very relaxed. And 100 Pagoda sect disciples are very worried, because they all know how dreadful Shi Xuanfei's corpse is. This is the first time Murong Tianjia is fighting this kind of strange opponent. He feels that it is incomparably thorny. Even though Shi Xuanfei is not attacking, he is giving people a very strong oppressive feeling. Murong Tianjia attacked again. This time his sword pierced through Shi Xuanfei's head. Everyone immediately cried out in alarm. Murong Tianjia's sword pierced through Shi Xuanfei's head. However, Shi Xuanfei is not reacting at all. He is still looking at Murong Tianjia with his emotionless eyes. Murong Tianjia suddenly saw killing intent flashing through Shi Xuanfei's eyes. He is greatly alarmed in his heart. He promptly pulled out his sword and retreated. However, Shi Xuanfei's waxy yellow skinny hand grabbed Murong Tianjia's black sword like lightning. 10,000 swords split the heavens. Murong Tianjia loudly shouted. The black sword in his hand suddenly transformed into over 10,000 swords and pierced Shi Xuanfei's body. This is his divine ability. No one knows what is going on. Shi Xuanfei's body has been pierced by many swords. Even though there are many holes on his body, even his eyes have been pierced through, he is still standing. The most dreadful thing is, Shi Xuanfei's body is riddled with holes. He is able to quickly recover. Shi Xuanfei is unkillable. Everyone in the audience sighed in horror. Shi Xuanfei is truly too dreadful. He is being attacked like this, and yet he is still standing. Even though Murong Tianjia is a veteran of hundreds of battles, he has never met such a strange opponent. Yi Yaoshi cursed in low voice, "Wretched, undying heavenly corpse!" Everyone present, even peak martial emperors, are wondering how to defeat Shi Xuanfei. No matter how Murong Tianjia attacks, Shi Xuanfei's body always recovers after being injured. I need enough power to turn Shi Xuanfei's body into ashes in one go. It is very clear that Murong Tianjia doesn't have that kind of strength. Qin Yun said. Even though Shi Xuanfei is very difficult to kill, it is also not easy to defeat Murong Tianjia. Qin Yun's current tactic is very clear. He wants to exhaust Murong Tianjia's power and then attack. This is the same tactic as Yi Yaoshi. This is the most stable tactic when facing an opponent with equal strength. Shi Xuanfei has the capital to exhaust, but Murong Tianjia doesn't. So if this continues, Murong Tianjia will surely lose. Murong Tianjia, concede. If this continues, you will be eaten by him. Yi Yaoshi said. Shi Xuanfei needs to eat many powerful corpses to cultivate heavenly corp. If Murong Tianjia is defeated and doesn't have enough time to concede, he will be torn apart and eaten by Shi Xuanfei. Murong Tianjia is very unwilling, but he did not concede. Murong Tianjia, quickly concede. Yi Yaoshi yelled again. If Murong Tianjia dies, City Master Murong will surely go crazy. I concede. Murong Tianjia clenched his teeth and unwillingly yelled. Shi Xuanfei's body that is full of holes also gradually recovered. Apart from his clothes being torn, he looks like he is completely fine. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. It is so strange that it causes people to feel fear. Long Fangyu let out a sigh of relief. They finally won the first round. He loudly said, Shi Xuanfei, continue the third round. So long as they win, they can continue the next round if they want. Yi Yaoshi looked at the people behind her. She is very anxious because none of the late-stage and mid-stage martial emperors on her side can suppress Shi Xuanfei. 100 Pagoda Sect, who will you send up? Long Fangyu proudly smiled and said, Could it be that your 100 Pagoda Sect has run out of talent? Don't tell me you are going to be defeated in the first round. I will go. Xie Wufeng's ice-cold voice suddenly floated over from the distance. Qin Yun is secretly startled. He laughed in his heart and said, Boss Xie has finally broken through. He just became martial emperor and he can already find a pretty good opponent to practice with. His luck is pretty good. Xie Wufeng has arrived and even said he wants to fight. This caused many people to boil with excitement. Because everyone can sense the martial emperor aura on his body. Chapter 954. Chapter 954. Strange man's strange technique. Xie Wufeng suddenly arrived, causing Yi Yaoshi to be pleasantly surprised. Xie Wufeng was dressed in white, and one of his sleeves was empty. He was a one-armed man, and everyone knew this. After he saw Murong Tianjia, he faintly smiled and said, I am late, sorry. Yi Yaoshi lightly groaned and said, Xie Wufeng, your breakthrough is really fast. It is not easy for a guy like you to break through. How did you manage to break through? Xie Wufeng said with smile. Thanks to a friend's help, I became martial emperor, otherwise I don't know when I would have broken through. I think I can defeat you now. Don't be arrogant. I admit that you are very strong, but you are still far from being able to defeat me. Yi Yaoshi looked at the battle stage and said, The guy up there is a very strong martial emperor. Murong Tianjia is not his match. Can you defeat him? Murong Tianjia informed Xie Wufeng about Shi Xuanfei's situation. Before Xie Wufeng broke through, he was evenly matched with Murong Tianjia. Now that he has broken through, he is definitely stronger than Murong Tianjia. Therefore, Yi Yaoshua feels that Xie Wufeng should be able to defeat Shi Xuanfei. No problem. I will go up at once, Xie Wufeng said. He walked on the battle stage and passed by Qin Yun. He realized that this lion head is Qin Yun. Boss Xie, be careful of that guy, don't let him eat you. Qin Yun sent sound transmission to Xie Wufeng. Understood, little brother Yun. Xie Wufeng also sent sound transmission back. Xie Wufeng jumped on the battle stage. Long Fengyu very quickly found out about Xie Wufeng's situation, he said with sneer. Your 100 Pagoda sect is truly backward. Late-stage martial emperors are allowed to participate in this kind of competition. Why do you always send initial-stage martial emperors? Could it be that your 100 Pagoda sect's late-stage martial emperors are very precious? There is indeed no outstanding late-stage martial emperor in 100 Pagoda sect. Although there are some very strong ones, compared to a demon like Shi Xuanfei, there is still some disparity. It is enough for us initial-stage martial emperors to win, Xie Wufeng said and then looked at Shi Xuanfei. Murong Yue is standing below the battle stage, she said in low voice. Big brother, if you fight Xie Wufeng, won't you lose to him? Murong Tianjia said with smile. Of course. I didn't expect him to break through so quickly. I need to become a middle-stage martial emperor to be on par with him. Yi Yaoshua said. Although I can defeat Xie Wufeng now, it will be very strenuous. If this guy becomes a middle-stage martial emperor and I haven't broken through, I'm not sure that I can defeat him. Xie Wufeng was a sword cultivator, and he was no ordinary sword cultivator. Shi Xuanfei also looked at Xie Wufeng. He seemed to feel a sense of danger, and his originally emotionless eyes also became vigilant. The barrier was being activated, and Xie Wufeng was also gathering his power. Qin Yun asked, Granny Star, Murong Tianjia is also a sword user. Even though he was able to chop Shi Xuanfei's body, he was unable to win. If Xie Wufeng wants to win, what should he do? Granny Star said, Shi Xuanfei is formidable because his body regeneration speed is very fast. Furthermore, he's very resistant to fire, so he won't be burnt to ashes so easily. Also, his soul is very strong and special, so he can easily separate and fuse with his body. Even if that guy's body is chopped into many pieces, those pieces can very quickly fuse back together. Qin Yun also doesn't know how to defeat Shi Xuanfei, unless he personally goes up and gives it a try. But with his current cultivation, he is unable to defeat Shi Xuanfei. After the barrier was activated, the martial arts competition began. Just like before, Shi Xuanfei stood motionless on his original spot. Xie Wufeng condensed his origin sword in a split second. It is a long sword flickering with cold light. It looks just like a real sword. I wonder what grade his origin sword is equivalent to? Someone said in bewilderment. I heard that the greater the potential of a sword cultivator, the higher the grade of their origin sword. Xie Wufeng's origin sword is undoubtedly a Dao tool. It is at least a best quality Dao tool. In this kind of martial arts competition, someone with a best quality Dao tool will surely win. Maybe that guy Shi Xuanfei's body is also very strange. Xie Wufeng's origin sword is indeed very astonishing. It caused many people present to discuss it one after another. Qin Yun guessed that Xie Wufeng's origin sword should also be a best quality Dao tool. Because he knows Jian Linglong, her origin sword is a king-grade Dao tool, just a bit away from becoming a king-grade Dao tool. The situation on the battle stage is very strange. Because after the martial arts competition began, both Xie Wufeng and Shi Xuanfei did not move. Xie Wufeng slowly walked towards Shi Xuanfei while holding his sword, then slowly stabbed towards Shi Xuanfei's abdomen. His origin sword very easily pierced through Shi Xuanfei's body. Shi Xuanfei also took action at this time. He promptly grabbed his sword and punched towards Xie Wufeng's head. Xie Wufeng only has one arm. In this kind of situation, it is very difficult for him to resist. He can only dodge, but that means he has to give up his origin sword. Sure enough, Xie Wufeng chose to dodge and let go of the sword hilt. Seeing him give up his origin sword, everyone cried out in alarm. However, the sword in Shi Xuanfei's hand suddenly disappeared. It turned into a white light and returned to Xie Wufeng's hand. Seeing this scene, everyone burst into cheers again. This is the ferociousness of origin sword. When Shi Xuanfei fought Morong Tianjia before, he did not take the initiative to attack like this. This caused many people to be amazed. After Xie Wufeng took back his origin sword, he dodged Shi Xuanfei, who was rushing over, arrived at the side and quickly stabbed a few times. His stabs look very casual, but sword energy churned and violently surged out, transforming into a powerful energy that chopped Shi Xuanfei's body into several pieces. Although Shi Xuanfei's body can quickly regenerate, when facing sharp weapons, it is very easy to damage it. Shwa shwa shwa. Xie Wufeng brandished his sword. Sword images flew everywhere. It looks like he only brandished his sword once, but in a short period of time, he hacked more than 1,000 times. After Shi Xuanfei's body was chopped into several pieces, he was hacked into several pieces again by this wave of sword images. Seeing this scene, everyone held their breath. Xie Wufeng's sword is very fast and very strong. If he was hit by this kind of attack, he would most likely be crippled. Long Fengyu's expression is calm and collected. He said with smile. It is useless. Shi Xuanfei cannot die. Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. Because after Shi Xuanfei's body fell to the ground, he did not immediately regenerate. Instead he calmly laid on the ground and did not move at all. Xie Wufeng looked at the old judge and said, I won. Long Fengyu promptly yelled, Wait a minute, how can you win? Shi Xuanfei won't die. He'll be able to reform himself immediately. Xie Wufeng coldly smiled. Is that so? Finished speaking, he brandished his sword a few more times. Dense sword images rushed down like a waterfall and enveloped those broken pieces. The entire battle stage trembled unceasingly due to the impact. Those with good eyesight are all dumbstruck. That guy hacks several tens of thousands of times. Moreover, each and every one of his attacks accurately cut those broken pieces. Too dreadful. Granny Star said. Shi Xuanfei's body was originally just a broken piece, but after being ruthlessly hacked by Xie Wufeng, it turned into even smaller pieces like sand. He is already dead. Xie Wufeng looked at Long Fengyu and said, My sword contains very strong mental power attack. Not only it cut his body, it also cut his soul. His body has been torn to pieces. His soul has flown away and scattered. Qin Yun remembers that Xie Wufeng's mental power is not weak. Seeing this scene, Qin Yun secretly felt relieved. Dragon Sect people are all dumbstruck. They were cheering for Shi Xuanfei just a moment ago, but now he is dead. Long Fengyu doesn't dare to believe it. Because Shi Xuanfei fought many experts and was never killed, yet now he has been easily killed. No. He will surely come back to life. Long Fengyu yelled. Xie Wufeng vigorously stamped his foot. The battle stage fiercely trembled. Those tiny pieces of corpse on the ground also jumped up from the vibration. He lightly waved his sword and released a burst of sword wind that scattered those pieces of corpse and scattered them all over the battle stage. If this is not considered a loss, then what is considered a loss? Alright, give him another incense stick's worth of time. If he can't come back to life, it will be my win. Xie Wufeng coldly said. No need to give them time. Yi Yaoxue proudly smiled and said, We have won this battle. That guy is completely dead. It is impossible for him to come back to life. Long Fengyu firmly clenched his fists and furiously yelled, All right, you have won this battle. The barrier opened and Xie Wufeng walked down from the battle stage. Yi Yaoxue said, Our 100 Pagoda sect has won this round of Martial Emperor Showdown. A burst of joyous shouts rang out from the 100 refining plaza. And on the dragon sect people's face, each and every one of them has unsightly expression, they are filled with anger. Although Xie Wufeng defeated Shi Xuanfei, First Pagoda's people are somewhat worried. Because everyone knows that Xie Wufeng is a disciple of Divine Sword Pagoda. And Divine Sword Pagoda is ranked second, they always wanted to fight for First Pagoda's position. If Xie Wufeng defeats Yi Yaoxue, First Pagoda's position will not be guaranteed. Murong Changwu, you will go up and fight the first round of Martial King Showdown. Yi Yaoxue yelled. Murong Changwu immediately walked up. Third brother, do your best. Murong Yue yelled with smile. You will surely win. The person Dragon Sect sent up is a woman, she is a very flirtatious kind. However, this woman has a very large Adam's apple, her body frame is also very big, if her head is blocked, no matter how you look, she would look like a man. Is this a man or a woman? Qin Yun asked Granny Star in low voice. He is a man, his name is Long Xian. He cultivates a kind of cultivation technique, so he has become feminine. Granny Star said. Murong Changwu felt some pressure after seeing his opponent. You are very handsome. Long Xian said. His voice is very coarse, it is a man's voice. Long Xian has a flirtatious appearance but his voice is a man's voice. This caused many people to be amazed. Some new disciples of 100 Pagoda sect don't know who Long Xian is, so they are very amazed. And Granny Star and other old people are not surprised by this kind of thing. What kind of cultivation technique did he cultivate to turn him into a woman? Qin Yun said in amazement. Xiao Yun, do you want to cultivate? Granny Star said with smile. I don't want to. Qin Yun promptly said. Murong Changwu felt somewhat uncomfortable being stared at by Long Xian because Long Xian is very interested in him. He is constantly throwing flirtatious glances at him. Murong Yue also felt disgusted looking at this, she loudly yelled. Third brother, you must defeat this guy. Chapter 955. Thorn Dragon. Murong Yue stomped her feet in disgust. She delicately yelled at her third brother. We must properly teach this demon a lesson. Long Xian also furiously said, Little girl, I will make you die a horrible death. The one who will die a horrible death is you. Murong Yue yelled. Murong Changwu has a headache facing this kind of opponent. He just entered 100 Pagoda sect, moreover he is a silver medal disciple. He doesn't know much about Dragon sect. Of course, even though he is a silver medal disciple, because of his grandfather, he is well taken care of in 100 Pagoda sect. Third brother, be careful of his mental attack. Murong Tianzhi warned. He is good at using mental power to fight, you must pay attention to guard your consciousness. Qin Yun is even more curious in his heart. Long Xian's cultivation method must be evil devil cultivation method, but he can cultivate formidable mental power. Murong Changwu nodded and also entered battle mode. After the battle began, Long Xian was the first to attack. His speed is also the fastest. Murong Changwu cultivates 3 martial spirits, although he is not a peak martial king. His strength is not weak at all. He is even stronger than some peak martial kings. And this Long Xian is a very strong peak martial king. Murong Changwu is somewhat apprehensive seeing Long Xian arrive, but he is still able to calmly receive the attack. Little handsome brother, you are very strong. Long Xian smiled bewitchingly but his voice is very coarse, causing people to feel very uncomfortable. Come, receive my attack. Long Xian's fists are like wind, flickering with pink light, bringing along light mist. His imposing manner is very swift and fierce. Fist shadows surged one after another, rolling up bursts of energy wave and enveloping Murong Changwu. Murong Changwu wanted to dodge, but he suddenly felt his body becoming stiff. Break! Murong Changwu's palms danced and released 2 energy waves that rushed up to meet the opponent's fist energy. Boom! 2 energy waves collided, giving rise to a deep and muffled vibration sound. Murong Changwu's stiff body became a lot more flexible. He and Long Xian were forced back by the impact of the energy wave and reached the edge of the battle stage. Long Xian is becoming more and more excited. He licked his lips and said with bewitching smile, "Little handsome brother, I really want to F***CKU." Murong Changwu's face immediately filled with disgust and he frowned. His figure suddenly flickered and split into 3 shadows. Clone Divine Ability. Granny Star yelled in shock. Murong Changwu split into 3 and attacked Long Xian from 3 sides. Seeing Murong Changwu's Clone Divine Ability, even Dragon Sex people cried out in alarm. 100 Pagoda sect disciples also don't know that Murong Changwu has mastered this divine ability. Murong Changwu created 2 avatars. Each avatar's power is more or less the same. If there is no mishap, he will surely win this round, Yi Yaoshua said. When Qin Yun was in Murong Manor, he sparred with Murong Changwu. At that time, Murong Changwu did not use this doppelganger divine ability. Murong Changwu's clone strength is comparable to Long Xian's. As soon as they arrived, they immediately started attacking Long Xian. Granny Star said in amazement, "Tian tier high-quality martial art, Ardent Wind Palm. This is a martial art created by Pagoda Master Murong." Murong Changwu is very familiar with using Ardent Wind Palm. Moreover, his 3 avatars are very nimble. After being besieged, Long Xian's hair became messy. His face is filled with nervousness. 3 handsome young men? Very good. Long Xian said with evil grin. His eyes suddenly flickered with pink light rays. When Murong Changwu came in contact with the pink light rays, he and his 2 avatars felt a burst of dizziness. Their heads are in intense pain and they also sensed a dreadful power attacking them. Long Xian used mental power attack just now. It is very hard to guard against. After causing Murong Changwu and his avatars to feel dizzy, Long Xian unexpectedly used a very strong fist energy to attack between Murong Changwu's legs. Murong Changwu sensed danger approaching. His body suddenly spewed out a very strong energy wave. 3 different colored energy wave rushed out one after another. Long Xian's fist energy almost hit Murong Changwu's legs, but was dispersed by the 3-colored energy wave. "This bastard!" Murong Changwu cursed in low voice. Just now he was in great danger. He was almost injured in that place. It must be said that Long Xian's methods are very sinister. "Very awesome. Handsome young man, I like you more and more," Long Xian said with loud laughter. Murong Changwu became even more furious. He controlled his 2 avatars to rush forward while his main body stayed at a distance. "You should concede," Murong Changwu furiously shouted. His 2 doppelgangers charged over, their palms seeming as if they were holding on to lightning as they struck towards Long Xian. Being attacked by 2 people, Long Xian felt great pressure. Boom boom boom. When Murong Changwu's clones attack with their palms, the lightning in their hands will also shoot out, causing ear-piercing thunder to resound. Thunder-raising palm, this is a low-quality king-tier martial art. Granny Star is startled again. This little guy has actually mastered Pagoda Master Murong's martial art very well. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled on the battle stage, airwaves undulated up and down and vibrated. Murong Changwu's 2 avatars are very dreadful, they are firmly suppressing Long Xian. Long Xian is also repeatedly releasing pink light rays through his eyes to attack Murong Changwu's avatars. Murong Changwu has experienced this before. He is not so easily affected now. However, Long Xian's mental power is also gradually changing. Originally it was a faint pink light ray, but now it has turned into a deep pink color. His eyes are also flickering with many granular like red light rays. These granules are very strange, they can directly drill into a person's body. After the strange pink granules drilled into Murong Changwu's 2 avatars, their bodies became sluggish. Handsome young man, I want to torture you to death. Long Xian is somewhat angry and yelled. You have no chance. Murong Changwu controlled his 2 avatars to rush forward with all their might and firmly hugged Long Xian. Boom! Murong Changwu's main body controlled his 2 avatars to explode. The avatars are formed from energy. After they explode, they released a very strong might. The battle stage is also covered with intense light mist. Very soon, the light mist dissipated. Murong Changwu was pushed to the edge of the battle stage by the explosion's energy wave. Long Xian's body is covered with cuts and bruises. He is lying on the ground and roaring in anger. Although Murong Changwu's 2 avatars exploded, his main body is not affected at all. He only lost a great amount of energy. I concede. Long Xian saw Murong Changwu arrive and loudly yelled. Third brother won. Murong Yue immediately shouted in joy. Yi Yaoxue nodded at Murong Changwu. Winning the first round of Martial King competition is a very good start. Next is Murong Yue's turn. Long Xian's injuries are not light. His body is covered with many scars from the explosion. He is hatefully looking at Murong Changwu. Qin Yun said with low laugh. Murong Changwu is being watched by that devil. Granny Star also laughed and said, He is Pagoda Master Murong's grandson, nothing bad will happen to him. After the barrier opened, Murong Changwu walked down and almost couldn't stand stably. It can be seen that his consumption is very great. Murong Tianjia promptly went up and helped him down. The second round of Martial King competition is Murong Yue's turn. Murong Yue is wearing light green tight-fitting clothes. After she went up, she tied her long hair into a ponytail. She is very confident, there is not a bit of fear in her eyes, it is as if she is certain that she will win. Yi Yaoxue yelled from below the stage. Xiao Wei, remember, preserving your life is the most important. Murong Yue said in light anger. Big Sister Yi, don't look down on me. I will surely win. If Murong Yue wins, the Martial King competition will be considered over. Long Fangyu looked at the injured Long Xian and sent out a slap. The slap sent Long Xian tumbling several times in the air before landing on the ground. I told you to be a bit serious, but you are still sloppy. Wait until your injuries are healed, see how I will deal with you. Long Fangyu furiously said. Dragon Sect people saw this scene and don't dare to say anything. Long Xian is not weak. He is most proficient in mental power attack, but he has only used it a few times. If he did not underestimate his opponent and was not serious, Long Xian would not have been defeated so quickly. Maybe he would have won. Long Fangyu said in cold voice. Lin Qilong, you go up and properly take care of that little girl. She is City Master Murong's granddaughter. You must make City Master Murong feel pain, understand? A pointy-faced man with very large eyes and long tongue suddenly jumped out from the group of Dragon Sect disciples. This pointy-faced man is wearing sloppy black clothes. He is lying on the ground like a toad. He jumped a few times and arrived on the battle stage. He is still lying on the ground like a toad, sticking out his long tongue and licking his face. He looks very disgusting. Qin Yun said with frown. Why does Dragon Sect have all kinds of weirdos? Granny Star said. Dragon Sect has always been like this. Murong Yue frowned. She feels that this Lin Qilong is very disgusting. And Lin Qilong's large eyes are filled with excitement and ruthlessness. He laughed. His laughter is very unpleasant to hear and said, Little sister, let me properly take care of you. Do you know what pain is? Murong Yue coldly groaned and said, Of course I know. Don't tell me you want to taste pain? Rest assured, I will make your wish come true. The barrier slowly opened, then the referee below the stage sounded the gong. The battle has begun. Murong Yue's body is as light as a swallow, drifting gracefully and beautifully, she lightly flew over. Don't look at how gentle she is, her attack is very ferocious. Her lily-white palms burst out with purple-gold energy light. Crash! 2 purple-gold water whips suddenly appeared in Murong Yue's hands. She brandished the water whips and ferociously lashed at Lin Qilong. Lin Qilong laughed nastily. Many thorns suddenly overflowed from his body. He turned into a hedgehog in a short while. The black thorns on his body released black energy mist. Murong Yue's water whips hit the black thorns. Even though they contain very formidable power, the power was destroyed by the black thorns, causing the 2 water whips to scatter in a short while. I am here. Lin Qilong suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared behind Murong Yue. His speed is inconceivably fast. Xiao Wei, be careful behind. Murong Tianjia yelled in alarm. Chapter 956. Juju Wang Power. Seeing this scene, Murong Changwu and Murong Tianjia immediately shouted. The sharp thorns in Lin Qilong's mouth are very fine, they are black. Some of them pierced Murong Yue's nape and entered her throat. Murong Yue felt an incomparable pain and itchiness in her throat. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and started coughing non-stop. She was in so much pain that she immediately fell to the ground and rolled around. Her hands kept grabbing at her throat, trying to get the thing out. Bastard, what did you do? That was a concealed weapon. Murong Changwu loudly roared. Lin Qilong stretched out his very long tongue and said with evil grin, Look, this is something that I grew on my own, it is a part of my body. It was not a concealed weapon at all. If this is against the rules, then Xie Wufeng releasing his origin sword is also against the rules. Everyone can see that Lin Qilong's tongue is rapidly growing some black thorns, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Murong Tianjia roared, Xiao Wei, quickly admit defeat. Lin Qilong laughed heartily and said, She can't even shout. You all carefully watch how I love and care for her. Ha ha ha, Yi Yaoxue said in cold voice. We have lost this round, please let her off. Long Fangyu proudly laughed and said, You killed our Shi Xuanfei, we will also kill one of you to call it even. Moreover, we will kill them slowly. Just watch. Long Fangyu, what conditions do you want in order to release Murong Yue? Yi Yaoxue flew over, stood in front of Long Fangyu and coldly asked. Your 100 Pagoda sect concedes this time. So long as you agree, we will release Murong Yue. Long Fangyu proudly laughed and said, Otherwise, you can just watch as that little girl is played to death. Murong Yue's throat is being choked by many thorns, it is extremely unbearable. Just by looking at it, the spectators are feeling very unbearable. Yi Yaoxue became silent, 100 Pagoda sect cannot lose, otherwise they will have to hand over a great part of their resources to Dragon sect. Long Fangyu yelled at Lin Qilong, Attack! Lin Qilong let out a burst of sinister laughter, then flew over and vigorously kicked Murong Yue. Murong Yue was sent flying to the edge of the battle stage and crashed into the barrier. Murong Changwu and Murong Tianjia promptly rushed over and shouted at Murong Yue through the transparent barrier. Then they also loudly cursed Lin Qilong, who is slowly walking over. Little girl, you can't even make a sound, right? Lin Qilong howled with laughter as he walked over and then sent a palm strike at Murong Yue's abdomen. Lin Qilong's palm overflowed with many black thorns, it looks like a hedgehog's palm, and landed on Murong Yue's abdomen. Murong Yue's body twitched in pain. The most frightening thing is that the sharp thorns Lin Qilong shot out are still inside Murong Yue's abdomen. Murong Changwu and Murong Tianjia, these 2 older brothers, are also extremely furious. They are continuously attacking the barrier, but it is completely useless. Lin Qilong laughed nastily and continued to torture Murong Yue. Many people of 100 Pagoda sect turned their heads away, they don't have the heart to look. Yi Yaoxue, is there no other way? Xie Wufeng said. Concede to them. Murong Tianjia shouted. Yi Yaoxue tightly clenched her fists, she is also making a difficult decision. 100 Pagoda sect martial emperor said in cold voice. We cannot concede. If we lose, our resources will be reduced by at least 70% for the next 10 years. This is related to the entire benefit of our 100 Pagoda sect. We cannot concede just because of one person. A half-immortal also said, Yi Yaoshue, don't be soft-hearted. This is related to the development of our 100 Pagoda sect for the next 10 years. You are not allowed to concede. You are not allowed to concede, let her die. Shi Xuanfei has also died on the other side. He is a very strong martial emperor. Indeed, so what if one person dies on our side? It is more important to protect our resources for the next 10 years. Murong Tianjia furiously roared, the one who died is not your family member, of course you don't care. A martial emperor said with sneer, your Murong family has City Master Murong, naturally you don't lack resources. But we are different, we rely on the resources distributed every year to increase our cultivation. Indeed, she volunteered to fight. She will be responsible for her own death. Majority of 100 Pagoda sect people loudly shouted, they don't want Yi Yaoshue to concede. This is related to their own benefits, as long as the one who died is not their family member, it has nothing to do with them. Haha. This is also good, let's see how this little girl is killed. Long Fengyu's expression is filled with enjoyment as he looked at the battle stage, looking at Murong Yue being tortured. Murong Yue has been hit by many palm strikes, many sharp thorns have pierced into her body, she is in extreme pain. She can hear the voices of those people from the battle stage, it caused her to feel despair and anger. She has been pampered since childhood, she has never experienced this kind of feeling. Murong Tianjia and Murong Changwu's eyes are red, they can only shout and scream, they can do nothing else. Qin Yun walked over to Murong Tianjia and Murong Changwu's side and said, you two move aside. I will see whether or not I can save her. Although this time we win, it has nothing to do with our star-traveling pagoda. But who told me to be a good person? If you can save her, my Murong family will reward you greatly. Murong Tianjia said. Qin Yun wants to hear these words. He is very clear that City Master Murong is overflowing with wealth. He said, then you must remember my kindness. This lion head actually wants to save Murong Yue. This caused many people to feel amazed. Everyone knows that this chief disciple of star-traveling pagoda has some ability, but he is merely a martial king. It must be known that many half-immortals can only helplessly wait outside the barrier, they are unable to break it. Long Fengyu yelled, if your 100 Pagoda sect removes the barrier, it will be judged that your defense has failed. Don't act recklessly. Qin Yun looked at Long Fengyu and said, in the rules of the battle, it only says that the barrier cannot be removed, right? Long Fengyu became very angry looking at the lion head, he said with sneer. If you have the ability to pierce through the barrier and help that little girl escape, I will have nothing to say. Yi Yaoshue looked at Qin Yun and asked in deep voice, can you truly save her? I don't know, I will give it a try. Qin Yun placed his hand on the barrier and released Mysterious Penetration Divine Ability. The barrier can defend against Divine Ability power. Qin Yun's Mysterious Penetration Divine Ability is unable to pierce through it. It is somewhat thorny, I can only use that move. Qin Yun said in his heart. Long Fengyu suddenly became somewhat worried and shouted, Lin Qilong, quickly kill that little girl. Yi Yaoshue promptly yelled at Murong Yue. Murong Yue, quickly dodge. Murong Yue is a peak martial king. After experiencing despair just now, her temperament has matured a lot. She knows that she can only save herself now, so she abruptly rolled on the ground. Boom! Lin Qilong suddenly dropped down from the sky. His feet are full of sharp thorns as he stepped on the ground. If Murong Yue did not roll away, her head would have been hit. At this time, Qin Yun's body overflowed with 9-colored light. Hoo, a frantic and ferocious energy wave suddenly rushed out from his body, an incomparably valiant king's aura rushed out. Many people near him were forced to retreat again and again. Yi Yaoxue, Murong Tianjia, Xie Wufeng and other martial emperors and half-immortals are all looking at Qin Yun in extreme shock. Even Granny Star is dumbstruck looking at this scene because this aura is truly too dreadful. Long Fangyu is also stunned in shock. He reacted and loudly yelled, "Lin Qilong, quickly kill that little girl." Qin Yun's aura is indeed very strong, but it is only King's aura, it is not Martial Emperor's aura. His aura is very strong, but his power is still that of a martial king. Murong Yue continuously rolled on the battle stage. She also sensed a very strong aura penetrating through the barrier. "You are dead for sure." Lin Qilong jumped to the sky and dropped down from the sky. His body shook and countless sharp thorns dropped down. "Humph!" Qin Yun let out a muffled groan. The 9-colored light aura ferociously rushed through the barrier and formed a protective barrier around Murong Yue's body. Lin Qilong's large number of sharp thorns were also blocked by the protective barrier. Seeing this scene, the entire 100 refining plaza burst into commotion. Many half-immortals and martial emperors are looking at this scene in shock. Someone can actually use power to penetrate the barrier of the battle stage. Qin Yun is using the 9 Extinction Dao power of 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. It was 9 Extinction Dao power before and now it is 9 Extinction King power. This is a kind of incomparably formidable aura. This aura can directly penetrate through the barrier. Xie Wufeng and Murong Tianjia's sword aura can also penetrate through. But aura is not energy, it is a kind of feeling, it is illusory and fleeting, it can only cause mental pressure to people. But the 9 Extinction King power released by Qin Yun is very strong, and on top of that he has Nether Moon mental power, it can produce this kind of power. Lin Qilong dropped down from the sky and stomped on the barrier with his foot and was repelled by the aura barrier. Long Fangyu's expression abruptly changed. He cursed in low voice. "Lin Qilong, what are you doing? Quickly kill that little girl." Qin Yun said with sneer, "She has no chance." Qin Yun finished speaking and his body shook. He released 9 Extinction King power, turned into a human figure and penetrated through the barrier. After that human figure entered, he sent a palm attack towards Murong Yue's throat and forced out the sharp thorns. Murong Yue coughed out a mouthful of blood and loudly yelled, "I concede!" Just as Lin Qilong rushed over, Long Fangyu loudly shouted, "Lin Qilong, stay your hand. Now that the opponent has conceded and is still attacking, Dragon Sect can go home." Lin Qilong can only bitterly stop. Qin Yun let out a long mouthful of air and also retracted his 9 Extinction King power. His body slightly swayed. Everyone knows that he consumed a great deal of energy to do this. Yi Yaoxue and Murong Tianjia's heart is jumping with fear and trepidation. Now they can finally relax. "Many thanks, junior brother Qin, for saving us. Our Murong family will surely thank you generously. After this matter is over, I will surely pay a visit to your family with generous gifts." Murong Tianjia cupped his fists towards Qin Yun and said. Murong Changwu and other Murong family elders also promptly thanked Qin Yun. "Just bring the generous gifts." Qin Yun waved his hand. He is almost unable to stand stably. Granny Star hastily arrived behind Qin Yun, placed her palm on his back and channeled energy into him to help him recover. Yi Yaoxue's beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor as she said, "Qin Xiaoyun, can you fight in the 3rd round?" "I can't," Qin Yun said. "My energy consumption is too great, I can't fight." "If you can win the 3rd round of Martial King competition, you can raise your conditions," Yi Yaoxue said again. "Start distributing resources to Star Traveling Pagoda this year." Qin Yun said. "I can't." Yi Yaoxue refused. Chapter 957. Water-killing Qin Yun is one of the chief disciples of 100 Pagoda sect. He has to take action when 100 Pagoda sect is fighting against outside enemies. But everyone knows that he just saved Murong Yue by a hair's breadth and consumed a great deal of energy. So he has a reason not to fight. This is also something Qin Yun calculated before, that's why he took the initiative to save Morong Yue. This way, not only he can obtain great reward from City Master Morong, he can also have a reason not to fight. If Yi Yaoshue wants him to fight, she will have to agree to his condition. Judging from the current situation, if 100 Pagoda sect doesn't win the third round of Martial King competition, they will lose a great amount of resources. Among the peak Martial Kings of 100 Pagoda sect, not many have the confidence to defeat a monstrous genius like Lin Qilong. And now, no matter how you look at it, only Qin Yun has the confidence to win. But because he saved Morong Yue, he consumed a great amount of energy and can't go up to fight. Long Fangyu yelled, "Hurry up, you only have half an incense stick worth of time to prepare." He is also worried that Qin Yun will recover and go up to fight Lin Qilong. Senior Sister Yi, your first pagoda, has occupied star-traveling pagoda's resources for more than 20,000 years. You should be satisfied. If you lose the third round, all our previous efforts will be for naught. Moreover, your first pagoda will lose close to 70% of the resources. If they return the resources that originally belonged to star-traveling pagoda, first pagoda will only lose 30%. Moreover, 100 Pagoda sect will not suffer any loss. Xie Wufeng said again. Senior Sister Yi, this is related to the development of 100 Pagoda sect for next 10 years. Just now you let Morong Yue sacrifice herself rather than concede, isn't it for the sake of 100 Pagoda sect? Because this is related to First Pagoda's interest, no one dares to say anything. Earlier a large group of people agreed to give up on Morong Yue because the one who died is Morong Yue, it has nothing to do with them. Moreover, they don't want to offend First Pagoda. Morong Yue, who is being healed, saw that these people are not saying anything and felt very angry in her heart. Just now for the benefit of 100 Pagoda sect, they wanted to see her being tortured to death. But now for the benefit of First Pagoda, only Xie Wufeng dares to speak. I want to discuss this with the elders of First Pagoda, I can't decide on my own. Yi Yaoshue glanced at Qin Yun and secretly gritted her teeth. How can she not see that Qin Yun is deliberately haggling over the price? Granny Star is very happy in her heart. She knows that she did not misjudge him. Making Qin Yun the pagoda master is the correct choice. Maybe Star Traveling Pagoda will be able to take back those resources ahead of time. Yi Yaoshue took out a sound transmission magic tool and contacted the elders of First Pagoda. Morong Yue's injuries are a bit better. After all, she is City Master Morong's granddaughter. She has many high-quality healing pills. She looked at Qin Yun and said in low voice, "Lionhead, thank you for saving me." Qin Yun said, "Great kindness cannot be thanked with words. If you want to thank me with gift." Morong Yue groaned in her heart and said, "Rest assured, I will surely ask my grandfather to take out some good things to thank you." Qin Yun said with smile, "When the time comes, I will very sincerely accept your thanks." Everyone snickered. They didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Morong Tianjia asked, "Junior brother Qin, do you have confidence in dealing with that guy?" Qin Yun said, "Not at all, my consumption is too great. Granny Star is currently helping him recover his strength, adding on his own recovery ability. Half an incense stick worth of time is enough for him to recover. Yi Yaoshue is currently discussing with First Pagoda's elders through sound transmission. She is still unable to make a decision. Long Fangyu is rather calm and collected, because he feels that Qin Yun cannot defeat Lin Qilong. After a while, Yi Yaoshue said, "The elders have agreed to give your star-traveling pagoda resources from this year onwards, however, it will only be half of the original amount." Qin Yun promptly said, My consumption is too great, if I go up, I will die for sure." Morong Tianjia said, "Senior Sister Yi, your First Pagoda can't be selfish and cause disastrous losses to 100 Pagoda sect. If your first pagoda promises to give sufficient resources to Star Traveling Pagoda, maybe junior brother Qin will have the motivation to go all out. Who can't see that Qin Yun is just pretending? He is surely hiding his strength. Many people are secretly worried. If First Pagoda doesn't agree and they lose the third round, they will have to hand over 70% of their resources to Dragon Sect for next 10 years. Their days will be very miserable. First Pagoda is the leader of 100 Pagoda Sect. If they don't handle this matter properly, it will cause 100 Pagoda Sect to split. Yi Yaoxue is also feeling great pressure now. She said, Qin Xiaoyun, what if you can't win the third round? What will you do? Qin Yun said, if I can't win, I will die. What else can I do? Everyone knows how formidable Lin Qilong is. If he can't defeat him, he will die. Qin Yun is risking his life to obtain resources for Star Traveling Pagoda. This truly makes people speechless. He is a qualified chief disciple. Long Fangyu yelled. Time is almost up. If you can't decide on a good candidate, you will lose. Granny Star said with sneer. Your first pagoda obtains so many resources every year. This competition is supposed to be done by your first pagoda. You have so many resources. It is enough to nurture formidable super geniuses. But now, your first pagoda is not doing anything, you are just pointing fingers and gesticulating. Xie Wufeng said. First pagoda has many people, it is very bloated, there must be a lot of corruption inside, causing your talented people to wither away. Murong Tianjia also followed up and said, if First Pagoda returns the resources that originally belonged to Star Traveling Pagoda, many freeloaders will be eliminated. This will be very beneficial to your First Pagoda. First Pagoda people don't dare to say anything, otherwise they will become enemies with other pagoda. Long Fangyu roared, are you guys done arguing? Quickly begin. 100 Pagoda Sect's side has entered a deadlock. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, our Star Traveling Pagoda is a trash pagoda. Your top 50 pagoda can obtain many resources, but you don't have enough outstanding geniuses to fight. You can't blame our trash pagoda. Anyway, 100 Pagoda Sect will lose 70% of their resources. We don't care. After all, we have been doing this for many years. You can do whatever you want. Yi Yaoxue tightly held her sound transmission magic tool and continued sending sound transmission to her elders. Granny Star said, Xiao Yun, you have consumed a lot of energy, let's go back and rest. Yi Yaoxue hastily yelled, don't go. The elders have agreed, if you win the third round, First Pagoda will allow Star Traveling Pagoda to obtain new resources from this year onwards. 100 Pagoda Sect's people secretly let out a sigh of relief. First Pagoda is finally conceding. Qin Yun said, do you have any proof? What if you are acting lazily? Who will I go to reason with? Yi Yaoxue, you have a record of acting shamelessly. Yi Yaoxue is at a loss for words, she doesn't know what to say. After all, this involves enormous benefits. A verbal promise is hard to believe. Moreover, she indeed went back on her words before, she clearly lost but refused to marry and ran away. Long Fangyu loudly shouted, half an incense stick of time is almost up, quickly send people up. Yi Yaoxue said, my elders have a recording on my sound transmission magic tool, First Pagoda's Pagoda Master promised. After she finished speaking, she released the sound transmission magic tool. Everyone can hear that First Pagoda's Pagoda Master's voice is filled with unwillingness and unhappiness. He promised to distribute resources to Star Traveling Pagoda from this year onward. After Qin Yun heard this, he felt relieved and walked up to the battle stage. Didn't you consume a lot of energy? Are you sure you have no problem? Yi Yaoxue asked. I am just going all out, I will stake it all. Qin Yun's expression is indifferent. He has more or less recovered. Long Fangyu said in cold voice, Lin Qilong, that guy is a late-stage martial king, if you can't kill him, you will be punished. Qin Yun said with smile, if Lin Qilong can't kill me, he will not be punished. If he can't kill me, he will be dead for sure. Who will punish a dead person? Lin Qilong howled with laughter and said, "What a big tone! I have seen many people like you, most of them died very miserably." Qin Yun said with smile, "I have met many people like you, they all died in my hands." After the barrier opened, the battle began. Everyone in 100 Refining Plaza opened their eyes wide, they are earnestly looking at the battle stage. Yi Yaoxue and others are also very nervous in their hearts. Lin Qilong, who was laughing wildly, suddenly emitted many sharp thorns from his body. Then his body started spinning on the spot like a spinning top. A large number of densely packed sharp thorns covered the entire battle stage like a dense black mass. Seeing these sharp thorns, Murong Yue cannot help but feel some fear. She has a great shadow in her heart. Qin Yun released supergravity and formed a barrier to protect himself. Those sharp thorns are completely unable to penetrate through. Long Fangyu loudly shouted, "Lin Qilong, use your strongest power to kill that guy." Just as he finished speaking, Qin Yun's body suddenly overflowed with water mist and scattered in all direction. Murong Yue saw the water mist and yelled in shock, "This is water divine ability power. This lion head can actually use water divine ability. She cultivates water attribute so she can see it with one look." Hearing her voice, everyone is secretly startled. Because none of them could see that this chief disciple of star-traveling pagoda has any divine ability before. Crash! The water mist suddenly spread out and a large amount of water appeared. A large amount of water suddenly appeared and filled the entire battle stage. The battle stage is surrounded by a barrier, the water cannot flow out. In a short while, the battle stage has turned into a large transparent vat filled with water. Lin Qilong is suddenly submerged in water. He doesn't know what to do and can only struggle in the water. This is water released through water divine ability. Qin Yun can use his formidable nether moon mental power to control this water as he wishes. The thorns on Lin Qilong's body cannot fly very far in the water. The most dreadful thing is that this water has very strong divine ability power, it can catch people. Qin Yun, who possesses water divine ability, is very agile in water. He arrived beside Lin Qilong in a short while and vigorously grabbed Lin Qilong's throat. With a kacha sound, Lin Qilong's throat was broken. Lin Qilong looks like he is drowning. He is unable to speak. He is unable to admit defeat. Chapter 958. Gold Sun Island. Qin Yun has obtained water divine ability, martial spirit, for a long time, but he has never used it. When he first obtained it, he thought that it is a trash divine ability. He really did not expect that it would be very effective. Lin Qilong is completely unable to move inside the water. He is completely bound by the formidable divine ability power. Qin Yun's water has a very formidable divine ability power. Lin Qilong has never encountered it before. Even though he is a veteran of hundreds of battles, he doesn't know how to deal with it. He can only struggle inside the water. Xiao Yun, quickly go and take out his martial spirit. That guy's martial spirit must be a blackthorn martial spirit. Ling Yuner anxiously yelled. If you obtain this kind of martial spirit, you can use it to refine a concealed weapon that can continuously release very strong thorns. After Qin Yun heard this, he released a red light that enveloped him and Lin Qilong. Soon after, he quickly extracted Lin Qilong's martial spirit and also took out his Dao core. You can die now. Qin Yun released a very strong vibration power into Lin Qilong's body after obtaining the martial spirit and the Dao core. Splash, splash, splash. The water on the battle stage surged up and down. Lin Qilong's body was immediately torn apart by the formidable divine ability power and turned into a pool of blood. Qin Yun immediately took back the water he released and left behind Lin Qilong's broken body. Boom! Qin Yun smashed his palm towards Lin Qilong's broken body and released purple gold flame that burned Lin Qilong to ashes. This caused many people to be amazed. Qin Yun used water before and now he is using fire, moreover he is using it very well. Many people cannot help but wonder whether or not he has too martial spirit. Lin Qilong's death caused dragon sex people to furiously curse. Their 100 Pagoda sect won the battle between martial kings and martial emperors. They managed to hold on for the first 2 rounds. Next is the 3rd round of inscription competition. It is also the most difficult round. Lin Qilong's death caused Long Fangyu to be very angry, but he can do nothing. Dragon sect is very confident in winning the 3rd round. 100 Pagoda sect can only send 2 people to relay the inscription competition in the 3rd round. Moreover, they must win in a row. This is a very difficult challenge for 100 Pagoda sect. Qin Yun walked down from the stage and said, "I won, your first pagoda must keep your word." Yi Yaoxue cursed in her heart because no matter how she looks at it, it doesn't look like Qin Yun has consumed a lot of energy, but he is deliberately pretending to have consumed a lot of energy. Our first pagoda will definitely fulfill our promise. Yi Yaoxue said. The rest is up to you guys. Qin Yun said. Yi Yaoxue looked at a middle-aged man and said, Wang Wen, you go. You are a late-stage martial emperor, you are also a Dao inscription master, you are also a disciple that our first pagoda has been nurturing for many years, you must not fail to live up to our expectations. Wang Wen is a square-faced middle-aged man. He looks very honest. He nodded his head and said, I will do my best. The inscription competition was a great test of the level of an inscription master. Especially after several rounds of competition, the time required was not short. Murong Tianjia arrived beside Yi Yaoxue and asked in low voice, Is this Wang Wen your strongest inscription master? Yi Yaoxue's expression became somewhat grave as she said, The most outstanding inscription master among late-stage martial emperors is Wang Wen. I hope he can win consecutively, otherwise we won't have anyone to replace him. Murong Tianjia sighed. Young inscription masters are indeed very difficult to nurture. It is already very good that your first pagoda can take out Wang Wen. Our first pagoda has quite a few young Dao inscription masters, but Wang Wen is the strongest. If he loses, it will be very difficult for others to win consecutively. Yi Yaoxue is most worried about this point. The 3rd round is too harsh, I hope we can win. The person sent by Long Fangyu is also a middle-aged man, but he looks a bit older than Wang Wen. This middle-aged man is very fat, he doesn't look like he often cultivates his body. His head is somewhat bald, his face is filled with confident smile as he walked on the stage with beaming smile. This guy has a great background, Granny Star said with slight frown. What is his background? Yi Yaoxue looked at Granny Star and hastily asked. I heard from a friend that Dragon Sect has the secret support of 9 Sun Sects. Among them are inscription experts. Granny Star said. Back in the day, our 100 Pagoda Sect also had the support of 9 Sun Sects, but later on we lost contact with them. Granny Star looked at the bald middle-aged man and said, Look at that guy's hand, there is a small golden sun tattoo. That is the mark of Gold Sun Island's true inheritance disciple. One of the 9 Sun Sects, Gold Sun Island is in transcending Xian Sea region. Long Fangyu respectfully said, Great Master Jin He with you on the stage, our dragon sect will surely win, we will have to trouble you. That middle-aged man called Jin He proudly smiled, nodded at Long Fangyu and then took out a golden smelting furnace. Granny Star said in low voice, Look at that smelting furnace, there is also Gold Sun Island's mark on it. He must be from Gold Sun Island. Yi Yaoxue suddenly became somewhat worried and said, Granny Star, Gold Sun Island is one of the 9 Sun Sects, their inscription level must be very high, won't that mean we have no chance of winning? Granny Star shook her head and said, I don't know, let's watch first. Jin He looked at Wang Wen and very disdainfully said, A guy like you calls himself an inscription master? If I were you, I would hide properly, I would not come out and lose face. Wang Wen is very unhappy, he said in cold voice. Why can't I call myself an inscription master? I have a badge from Divine Inscription Palace, do you have one? Jin He immediately burst into laughter. Divine Inscription Palace's badge? Divine Inscription Palace is nothing in my eyes. To think that you treat Divine Inscription Palace as a holy land. We don't recognize that kind of lousy badge from Divine Inscription Palace. Nonsense, I will let you see my strength in a moment. Wang Wen said. Long Fangyu yelled. First round is material production. Both sides, please take out 10,000 Jin of King-grade Dao Yuan iron. You want to refine King-grade Dao tier materials. Jin He took out Dao Yuan iron. It is golden in color. It is only as big as a brick, but it weighs 10,000 Jin. Wang Wen also took out Dao Yuan iron. It is as big as a brick, but its luster is very dim. It is much worse than the one in Jin He's hand. Yi Yaoshua said in low voice. Oh no, Wang Wen has only recently mastered refining king-grade Dao tier materials. The content of the competition is actually the content of top-notch king-grade Dao inscription masters. Many people in First Pagoda know about Wang Wen's level, although he is very awesome. He is just an initial stage king-grade Dao tier inscription master. There are also some old inscription masters of 100 Pagoda sect here. They are all king-grade Dao tier, but their cultivation is either half immortal or peak martial emperor. They cannot compete on stage. Jin He is a late-stage martial emperor, yet he can master all king-grade Dao tier inscription techniques. This can be considered very awesome. Wang Wen suddenly feels great pressure, but now he can only brace himself and do his best to compete. Jin He took out furnace, forging hammer, forging table and carving knife. All of them are very exquisite and simple. It is clear that they are of very high quality. King tool. That guy's tool refining equipment is of king tier. Moreover, it is a complete set. An old half-immortal said in low voice. This is too extravagant. For many inscription masters, king tier tool refining equipment is already top-notch. As long as they have one, they can refine a king tool. And Jin He has a complete set. All the inscription masters who are knowledgeable in this field exclaimed in admiration. Just in terms of equipment, 100 Pagoda sect's inscription masters are completely crushed by the opponent. Long Fangyu's mood suddenly became a lot better because they will surely win this round. Refining materials. Refining king-grade Dao Yuan iron into Dao Yuan crystal steel. Time is 1 incense stick. Whoever's Dao Yuan crystal steel is the winner. Long Fangyu took out an incense stick and lit it up, then yelled, Begin! An old Dao inscription master of 100 Pagoda sect yelled in alarm. It is impossible to refine Dao Yuan iron into Dao Yuan crystal steel in 1 incense stick's time. Long Fangyu said with sneer. You can't doesn't mean others can't. Yi Yaoshua said. We want to inspect your inscription master's materials to avoid cheating. As you wish. Long Fangyu yelled. Temporarily stop. Soon after, Yi Yaoshua brought along a few old inscription masters to inspect Jin He's equipment as well as the Dao Yuan iron. Long Fangyu's group also brought inscription masters to inspect Wang Wen's equipment. After both sides inspected each other, Long Fangyu felt that there is no problem and lit another incense stick. The competition finally began. 100 Pagoda sect's inscription masters are all sighing in despair because they feel that 100 Pagoda sect will lose this round. Dang dang dang. On the battle stage, 2 inscription masters are frantically hammering the Dao Yuan iron, creating loud banging sound. Jin He's expression is calm. The golden hammer in his hand overflowed with 3-colored flame and smashed on the Dao Yuan iron. Both of them are the same. They first hammered the Dao Yuan iron for a while and then put it into the furnace to be burned. After burning it for a while, they began hammering. Regardless of which part, Jin He is faster than Wang Wen by a lot. Very soon, 1 incense stick finished burning. Jin He refined a small piece of golden crystal. it is Dao Yuan crystal steel. And Wang Wen is still hammering a piece of golden iron, it is very messy. Although the quality has increased, it is still far from reaching the level of Dao Yuan crystal steel. Haha. You lost. Long Fangyu laughed loudly. Jin, he won very easily, he faintly smiled. Next, you should send a more formidable person. As long as the Dao Yuan crystal steel he hammered is heavier than mine within 1 incense stick's time, it will be your victory. Wang Wen's expression is very unsightly because he is basically unable to complete the competition. Jin, he placed his Dao Yuan crystal steel on the forging table, then took out a chair and sat down. Then he said with beaming smile, "My Dao Yuan crystal steel weighs 15,000 Jin. You should think carefully about who to send, you only have one last chance." Yi Yaoshua looked at the Dao inscription masters behind her, and saw that they are all shaking their heads. Chapter 959. Venerable Masters appear. Xie Wufeng looked at Qin Yun and secretly sent sound transmission to him. "Yun, old boy, do you want to go up and give it a try? Do you think you can win against that guy?" Qin Yun replied, "I don't know. I have never refined Dao Yuan crystal steel." Yi Yaoshua is very worried. She looked at those inscription masters whose faces are filled with powerless expression. She wants to say something, but she is unable to say anything. Because she knows that 100 Pagoda sects inscription masters are also very outstanding, it is just that the inscription masters sent by the other side are too strong. Long Fangyu said with sneer, 100 Pagoda sect, 100 Pagoda sect, you have obtained so many resources for so many years, yet you still failed to nurture a genius Dao inscription master. Did you waste all your resources on dogs? Dragon sect people also began sneering at Long Fangyu. Yi Yaoshi yelled, "Long Fangyu, don't be too proud." 100 Pagoda sects people helplessly sighed. Their inscription masters are already very strong, but they cannot compare to Dragon sect. Dragon sect's inscription masters came from 9 Sun sects Golden Sun Island. It is very normal for 100 Pagoda sects inscription masters to be inferior to them. Lionhead, your star-traveling pagoda's barrier suddenly recovered. What is going on? Yi Yaoshua suddenly asked. Star-traveling pagoda grasped very strong inscription techniques in the past. Why are you asking this? Granny Star asked. Does your star-traveling pagoda have an inscription master? Yi Yaoshua asked in low voice. I do, but I don't have divine inscription palace badge. Moreover, I have never refined Dao Yuan crystal steel. The materials Qin Yun needed were all purchased directly from the divine inscription palace. He could only refine some beast bones and beast skins himself. You are an inscription master? Yi Yaoshua is somewhat amazed. She is even more suspicious that this lionhead is the immoral venerable master who stole her undergarment. Barely. You want me to go up? Qin Yun said. Yi Yaoshua now very much hopes that this lionhead is the immoral venerable master because the title of venerable master is not just for show. She secretly sent sound transmission to Qin Yun and said, Immoral venerable master, I don't know how you managed to sneak into 100 Pagoda sect and even became the chief disciple of star-traveling pagoda. But now I need your help. Tell me, what condition do you want me to go up? Qin Yun did not reply. He knows that she has been suspecting him for a long time. If he replies, he will be recognized as the venerable master. He is also considering whether or not he should reveal his identity to Yi Yaoshua. State your conditions, we can discuss it. Yi Yaoshua sent sound transmission to Qin Yun. You promise to marry me. Qin Yun finally replied after thinking for a while. I can't. Yi Yaoshua said again. At that time I thought I was invincible, that's why I boasted. After this matter, we can talk again, and I can give you some compensation. Qin Yun smiled and said with a voice transmission, What compensation can you give me? Do you think I'll be interested in your compensation? Yi Yaoshua cursed the lion head in her heart. Just as she guessed, this is the immoral Great Master. She has no choice but to admire Qin Yun's methods. He actually managed to become the chief disciple of Star-Traveling Pagoda. Moreover, his strength is not weak at all. Even if he doesn't use equipment, he can still oppress people to death. Why are you so insistent on making me your woman? I heard that you have a wife. You are not lacking women. Yi Yaoshua said again. You promised me. Qin Yun said. If you win, there will be benefits. At least your Star-Traveling Pagoda's resources will not be reduced. Yi Yaoshua said. Yi Yaoshua, how about this? After I win, you let me see your martial spirit. I will also give you your underwear. Qin Yun thought for a bit and replied. This won't do. Yi Yaoshua is secretly startled. She did not expect that her mysterious red rune martial spirit would be targeted by Qin Yun. Then forget it. I won't go up. Moreover, I have never refined Dao Yuan crystal steel. Qin Yun said. Did you do anything to my underwear? Yi Yaoshua asked. What would I do to your underwear? Qin Yun feels that this is somewhat baffling. You pervert, maybe you will return it to me first. Yi Yaoshua said. Qin Yun glanced at her and said with sound transmission, I won't return it. Unless you let me see your martial spirit, don't even think about it. Yi Yaoshua gritted her teeth and asked with sound transmission, Why do you want to see my martial spirit? I am curious. Qin Yun said. All right, if you win this round, I will let you see to your heart's content. Yi Yaoshua said. Take off all your clothes and let me see? Qin Yun said with smile. Don't court death. Yi Yaoshua very much wants to slap him. Qin Yun is very interested in Yi Yaoshua's inscription martial spirit because it is highly possible that it is a set of heavenly rune. Alright, I will go up now. If you go back on your words, don't even think about getting your underwear back. Qin Yun said with sound transmission. You go up, take off the lion head, why are you hiding it? Yi Yaoshua lightly groaned and said. Qin Yun did not take off the lion head. He jumped on the stage. Murong Tianjia is somewhat amazed seeing Qin Yun go up and said, Junior brother Qin, why are you going up? Yi Yaoshua said, I let him go up. 100 Pagoda sex people are all amazed seeing the lion head. The lion head is very good at fighting. It is obvious to all, but they did not expect it to also know inscription technique. Long Fangyu became very angry looking at the lion head and yelled, Yi Yaoshua, are you sure you want to send this guy to compete with us? He is only late-stage martial king. How can his inscription technique be so brilliant? It seems like you have given up on yourselves. Yi Yaoshua is now certain that the lion head is the immoral venerable master that she hates so much. Although he is only late-stage martial king, for him to be called venerable master by city master Murong and old Feitian, he must be very skilled. Xie Wufeng faintly smiled and said, We will win. Yi Yaoshua lightly groaned and said, Xie Wufeng, you know him? Xie Wufeng only smiled and did not speak. Apart from Hong Mengshu, he is the only one here who knows Qin Yun the most. Moreover, he has known Qin Yun for a long time and even became sworn brothers. At this time, Yi Yaoshua suddenly recalled that Xie Wufeng said that he became martial emperor in a short period of time with the help of a friend. When she went to the Murong manor, Murong Yue also said that Kong Feiqing became martial emperor with the help of a venerable master. She did not believe it at all at that time. No one at the scene believed it. Thinking up to this point, Yi Yaoshua is extremely shocked in her heart because it is highly possible that it is true. Qin Yun walked onto the battling platform and took out his own set of refining equipment. The forging platform, furnace and forging hammer are all relatively ordinary items. He has a very good furnace and forging hammer, Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and 9 Sun Divine Hammer. He cannot take them out. Jin He is from Golden Sun Island, maybe he can recognize 9 Sun Divine Hammer, after all it is a sun spirit. Late-stage martial king? You dare to come up? Your equipment is even worse than that guy from before. Jin He laughed loudly and said, "It seems like you have given up on yourselves." After Qin Yun finished arranging his equipment, he ran back to Yi Yaoshua's side. This caused Dragon Sect people to roar in laughter, thinking that he is scared. "Yi Yaoshua, quickly give me a brick." "It is that Dao Yuan iron." Qin Yun extended his hand and said. Yi Yaoshua signaled an old inscription master with her eyes and said, "Quickly give it to him." Qin Yun took the brick and looked at it, then nodded in satisfaction. "You don't even have this kind of thing?" Yi Yaoshua doubtfully asked. "I rarely use this kind of thing. I mostly use beast bones, only those unrated guys use this kind of thing," Qin Yun said with smile. These words caused many inscription masters to feel very dissatisfied. Jin He's expression changed, he very unhappily yelled, "Brat, what did you just say? Only unrated inscription masters use Dao Yuan iron to refine tools?" Qin Yun nodded and said, "Indeed, beast bones are much better than Dao Yuan iron. Could it be that they are not?" Jin He coldly groaned and said, "Who doesn't know that formidable beast bones are better than Dao Yuan iron? But when carving runes, beast bones are very difficult to fuse with runes. Could it be that you don't know? When refining tools, adding Dao Yuan iron will make it easier to carve runes," Qin Yun said with smile. "That's why I said, only unrated inscription masters use Dao Yuan iron, because their level of carving runes is limited. They need Dao Yuan iron to carve runes. And I have never used these things." "You ignorant junior, it is easy to talk. You have never carved runes on pure beast bones, right? Not only the finesse is hard to guarantee, even the power will drop by a lot. It will be very difficult to carve runes smoothly," Jin He said in a very unconvinced manner. "Only unrated inscription masters would say that." Qin Yun laughed. "You are infuriating me to death. I must properly teach a lesson to you, a guy who doesn't understand but pretends to understand," Jin He furiously said. Qin Yun looked at Long Fangyu and said, "Light the incense, I want to start forging materials." Long Fangyu is stunned. He did not expect this lion head to be so good. Yi Yaoshua is very relieved in her heart, although she feels that Qin Yun is somewhat rogue. His level is also not bad. Long Fangyu lit an incense stick. Qin Yun immediately threw the Dao Yuan iron into the furnace, covered the lid and poured in extremely strong nether sun flame. Other people would first hammer and memorize the flame, only then can the Dao Yuan iron absorb the energy within the flame. But Qin Yun is different, he directly threw it in. Dragon Sect inscription masters burst into laughter, saying that Qin Yun doesn't understand a bit. 100 Pagoda Sect inscription masters also want to say something but they don't dare because it was Yi Yaoshua who told Qin Yun to do it. The nether sun flame released by Qin Yun is completely different. It can allow the Dao Yuan iron to absorb energy, just like how nether sun can absorb energy. This way, while hammering the Dao Yuan iron, he can pour in Xian Dao power containing 9 sun energy into the Dao Yuan iron and increase its quality and weight. Qin Yun's Xian Dao power is released through his immortal devil body. The energy contained within is even more valiant. It can increase the quality of the material even more. After Qin Yun burned the Dao Yuan iron for a while, he took it out and began forging. While forging, he directly used the 6-style forging dragon. Those Dragon Sect inscription masters who were ridiculing Qin Yun earlier can no longer laugh. Because forging Dragon's 6-style hammer technique is very tyrannical, imposing manner is very powerful, it is as if he is forging a berserk and angry dragon. This kind of heaven-shaking and earth-shaking momentum caused Dragon Sect disciples to feel horrified in their hearts. 100 Pagoda Sect people are also dumbstruck looking at this scene. This is the first time many inscription masters see Qin Yun forging materials like this. It is as if the heaven is falling and the earth is splitting. Those who doubted Qin Yun's level before, now don't dare to say anything. Jin He is also looking at Qin Yun with grave expression. He can clearly see that the quality of the Dao Yuan iron is rapidly increasing. Chapter 960. Chapter 960. Speed comparison. Under Qin Yun's hammering, the piece of Dao Yuan iron gradually changed. Crystal pieces can be seen appearing inside. This caused Jin He's expression to be filled with disbelief. Because the speed at which Qin Yun is forging the Dao Yuan iron is as fast as his. Jin He is indeed a very high-level inscription master. His level is higher than many old inscription masters. After all, he came from transcending Xian Sea region's Golden Sun Island, a very ancient sect. During the forging process, it could be said that Qin Yun did it in one go. He did not stop at all. While hammering, he released a very strong Nether Sun spirit and poured it into the Dao Yuan iron to soften it, making it easier to hammer. Then he poured in a great amount of Xian Dao power to increase the quality of the Dao Yuan iron. After this process is repeated, the impurities inside the Dao Yuan iron are quickly separated and filled with pure energy inside. After going through thousands of tempering, the Dao Yuan iron would be able to quickly absorb pure energy to increase its quality. It would become Dao Yuan crystal steel, which would be even tougher and heavier. Generally speaking, when the quality of a material increases, its weight also increases, especially this kind of ore material. Sometimes, the heavier the better, so Qin Yun doesn't like to use heavy materials to refine tools. Beast bones are a lot lighter. Even if they are refined and their quality is greatly improved, their weight will not increase too much. Jin He looked at Qin Yun with grave expression. Qin Yun continued to use Forging Dragon 6 style hammer technique. With his current cultivation, he can use it again and again without getting tired. Very soon, the incense stick finished burning, and Qin Yun also successfully forged a piece of Dao Yuan crystal steel. Seeing Qin Yun's success, those despairing 100 Pagoda sect disciples are now filled with hope. Wang Wen looked at the battle stage in amazement and said, "Senior Sister Yi, what is going on with that Qin Xiao Yun? How do you know that he has such high inscription level?" "I just know," Yi Yaoshua groaned. "Even though this guy is loathsome, I have no choice but to admit that he is indeed very skilled." Murong Tianjia and others saw Yi Yaoshua's attitude towards Qin Yun and cannot help but feel even more amazed, because they believe that Qin Yun and Yi Yaoshua already know each other. It must be known that there are very few people in 100 Pagoda sect who dare to offend her. Qin Yun is one of them. Not only did he offend Yi Yaoshua, he was completely fine. Moreover, Yi Yaoshua even asked him for help. This was his ability. Yi Yaoshua brought along a few old inscription masters and walked up to the battle stage to check the result. Jin He is no longer able to maintain his previous arrogance. He is a late-stage martial emperor. If he is defeated by a late-stage martial king, it will be a huge blow to him. After weighing, Qin Yun's Dao Yuan crystal steel weighed more than 16,000 jin. As for Jin He's Dao Yuan crystal steel, it weighed only 15,000 jin. Jin He had lost this round. Long Fangyu is also at the side. His face is filled with disbelief as he said, "Grandmaster Jin, what is going on? Could that kid have used some tricks?" Jin He frowned and shook his head. "I don't know, but I saw him forge Dao Yuan crystal steel with my own eyes, and the quality is better than mine." Not only Long Fangyu and the others are amazed. Even the old inscription masters of 100 Pagoda sect are looking at Qin Yun in amazement. Their expression is filled with respect. Yi Yaoshua knows that this immoral venerable master is very reliable in this aspect. This made her feel a lot more relaxed. At least they have great chance of winning in the third round. Consider yourself awesome. Next round, talisman crafting. Long Fangyu glared at Qin Yun's lion head and groaned. "Rest assured, I will surely win this round." Jin He very confidently said, "Let's compete in Dao talisman crafting. Low-quality fire attribute Dao talisman will be enough." Within an incense stick of time, whoever can craft Tao talisman faster will win. Let the inscription masters of both sides appraise the Tao talisman. As long as the talisman's power reaches low-quality fire attribute, it will be enough. Yi Yaoshua asked Qin Yun in low voice, "Will you have any problem with this round?" Qin Yun said, "No problem, just provide me with king-grade Tao talisman paper, I want 100 of them." An old man from 100 Pagoda sect said with frown, "Low-quality Tao talisman, why do you need king-grade Tao talisman paper? Why do you need 100 of them? Can you craft 100 in an incense stick of time?" Qin Yun urged. "King-grade Tao talisman paper is more stable and more powerful. Less nonsense, quickly take them out." Yi Yaoshua said to those old inscription masters, "Quickly take out the king-grade Tao talisman paper." Jin he groaned, "Little demon, you look so poor, but I did not expect you to actually have some skill." The talisman papers that Jin he took out are also king-grade Tao talismans. There is also a large stack of them. King-grade Tao talisman paper is very expensive. Those old inscription masters of 100 Pagoda sect handed them over to Qin Yun with heartache. Qin Yun doesn't need so many king-grade Tao talisman paper. He just wants to take advantage of this opportunity. Yi Yaoshua and those old inscription masters are not leaving the stage, they are just watching from the side. Long Fangyu is also the same, he is standing behind Jin he. "It seems like you want to do the same as me, quickly carve runes and then use king-grade Tao talisman paper to quickly craft Tao talisman. This way you can guarantee the might of the talisman." Jin he faintly smiled. "However, if you want to craft low-quality Tao talisman quickly, you need to carve at least 5 sets of low-quality fire Tao runes to guarantee the might of the talisman. And I don't need it, I only need to carve 3 sets. Because I am late-stage martial emperor, my blood-spirit power contains enough formidable energy." Qin Yun chuckled and said, "Don't be too proud. Let's begin." Inscription masters of both sides went over to check the talisman paper to avoid cheating. After checking, Long Fangyu took out an incense stick, lit it and announced the start of the competition. 1 incense stick of time to craft Tao talisman. This caused many people to be amazed. Because most of them don't know anything about inscription, they feel that since Tao talismans are so powerful and expensive, crafting them would require a lot of time, at least 1 to 4 hours, maybe even several hours. According to rumor, some talismans require 1 to 2 years to craft. And now, Qin Yun and Jin he will compete in crafting Tao talismans within 1 incense stick of time. This makes people feel that low-quality Tao talismans are not that hard to craft. As soon as the competition began, Qin Yun firmly held the mental resonance Xian pen and began carving star fire rune and low-quality fire Tao rune on a talisman. He only needs to carve these 2 sets of runes. Since he has many kinds of inscription spirits, his speed is very fast and he finished a low-quality fire Tao talisman very quickly. And Jin he is not even halfway done. Jin he's eyes became round and wide seeing Qin Yun finished a talisman. Long Fangyu said in low voice, "Great Master Jin, he is definitely messing around. There are no runes on his talisman, it is just a few simple strokes, its might is not guaranteed." While Qin Yun is carving runes, the mental resonance Xian pen released light rays that enveloped his hand and talisman paper, so nobody knows what kind of runes he is carving. Seeing Qin Yun's speed, 100 Pagoda sect's inscription masters are somewhat worried. Wang Wen said in low voice, "Senior Sister Yi, he seems to be very casual? Isn't this a mistake? At that time, he might even waste our talisman papers. They are very expensive, 1 talisman paper costs more than 10 million purple crystal coins." An old man also said, "Junior Sister Yi, is he really capable or not? He has already finished 3 talismans, Jin he has not even finished 1, how can he be faster than Jin he?" 100 Pagoda sect's inscription masters very anxiously said in low voice. Yi Yaoshua also doesn't know what is going on with Qin Yun, she said in low voice. All of you, don't talk, wait for the result. Long Fangyu saw Qin Yun finish so quickly and said with sneer. Lionhead, are you deliberately swindling 100 Pagoda sect? You are from Star Traveling Pagoda, you must have a grudge against First Pagoda, so you won't even use your full strength in this competition. Look at you, you are just like a child's messing around. This is not talisman crafting, it is just scribbling talismans. There are many old inscription masters on Dragon Sect's side. They also saw the runes of Qin Yun's Dao talismans. They don't recognize any of them. Moreover, they are very casual. Qin Yun's Dao talismans have runes fused with ancient star runes and low-grade fire Dao runes. Moreover, there are many dark lines in the star runes. Most of them are hidden. And the bright lines are very messy. They are combined with the bright lines of fire Dao runes, making it impossible to understand. An incense stick worth of time passed by. Qin Yun has already crafted 15 talismans. Jin he has only crafted 5, but he is still very confident. Jin he said with smile. You crafted 15 talismans in an incense stick worth of time. Do you think you are an immortal inscription master? Your shoddy Dao talismans can't even pass the power test. Even 10 of them can't compare to one of my talismans. Yi Yaoshua is now somewhat panicking. The inscription masters beside her also have unsightly expression. They are very clear that no one can craft 15 Dao talismans in an incense stick worth of time. Qin Yun said with smile. Then how do we test? Long Fangyu said with smile. Very simple, use this thing to test. He took out something that looks like a wash basin, moreover it has a lid, it is completely black, and then said, place your talisman inside and detonate it. If you can hear a sound and the lid starts to emit fire, it will prove that your talisman is a qualified low-grade flame Dao talisman. Qin Yun looked at Yi Yaoshua and the others. They all nodded. This is a common test method. Jin he said with smile. I will test first. Jin he placed the talisman he crafted into the wash basin, then Long Fangyu covered the lid and detonated the talisman. Bang, it is a very oppressive sound. Moreover, the lid is emitting a weak flame. First talisman, qualified. Long Fangyu proudly said with smile. Those people who don't understand inscription in the 100 Refining Plaza are very amazed. That talisman should be worth at least 20 to 30 million purple crystal coins, right? They actually tested it just like that. Moreover, they still have to test 4 more talismans. This is too extravagant, wasting more than 100 million purple crystal coins in one go. Are these inscription masters crazy? Someone yelled in alarm. Just give it to me. When I meet a ferocious beast, I can just throw it at it. It will save me a lot of trouble. As expected of Great Master Jin, he crafted 5 qualified low-grade Dao talismans in just an hour. Inscription masters are truly tycoons. The process of crafting is clearly so easy. Why is it so expensive? Idiot, only very high-level venerable masters can be this fast. Chapter 961. Axe and Shield. Long Fangyu tested the 5 Dao talismans made by Jin He and found out that all of them are low-grade fire attribute Dao talismans. He looked at Yi Yaoshua and the other inscription masters of 100 Pagoda sect and said, Great Master Jin crafted 5 talismans in an incense stick worth of time. All of them are qualified. You should accept this result, right? Yi Yaoshua looked at Qin Yun. The lion head nodded and said, I accept. Next, let's start testing the Dao talismans that I've refined. Qin Yun pointed at the low-grade Dao talismans on the forging table. Long Fangyu said with sneer. Master Jin is older than you, his cultivation is higher than you by a lot, but he can only make 5. You can make 15, they are definitely not up to standard. Qin Yun said. Whether I pass or not, it is not up to you to decide. It is up to the testing instrument in your hand. Long Fangyu picked up a talisman and placed it inside the basin, then covered the lid and activated the talisman. Jin he looked with disdain. He is certain that Qin Yun's Tao talisman is not up to standard. Yi Yaoshua's face was filled with nervousness. 100 Pagoda Sect's inscription masters all turned their heads away. They also feel that it is impossible for Qin Yun to craft 15 low-grade Tao talismans, because it is impossible to do so within an incense stick worth of time. Bang! A burst of muffled sound came from the testing tool in Long Fengyu's hand. Flames can be seen overflowing from a small hole on the lid. This caused a large group of people to exclaim in shock. Long Fengyu yelled, "Impossible! Everyone can hear that the sound transmitted by Qin Yun's talisman is much louder than Jin He's previous test. Moreover, the flame is even more vigorous." Yi Yaoshua lightly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she also felt astonished. It can be said that she has once again experienced how formidable this immoral great master is. Qin Yun made a gesture and said, "Please continue." Jin He was shocked, speechless. He could not understand how the other party could do this. This was far beyond his level. Long Fengyu is bewildered as he continued testing. Following a series of sounds, the successive tests proved that the Tao talismans made by Qin Yun are qualified. Long Fengyu only tested 6 talismans and then stopped. All the other talismans were stored away by Qin Yun. He said with smile, "6 talismans are enough to prove my victory, don't waste other talismans." Qin Yun stored the Tao talismans and talisman papers. 100 Pagoda Sect's inscription masters are shocked. They also want to take back the rest of the talisman papers. After all, these are king-grade Tao talisman papers, they are very expensive. But Qin Yun had no intention of returning it. They did not dare to ask for it back. If Qin Yun suddenly stopped competing, they would have to take responsibility. Yi Yaoshua glanced at those old inscription masters. She is deeply suspicious of their level because they were not optimistic about Qin Yun before. Those old inscription masters could only lower their heads. They had actually greatly underestimated Qin Yun's level. Long Fengyu groaned, "Don't be too proud, there are still 4 more rounds, let's see how long you can win." Qin Yun said with a smile, "Win to the end." Jin He coldly said, "Youngster, you can beat me twice in a row, you indeed have some skill. Don't look down on me because of that. Just wait and see. Next, let's compete in weapon forging." Qin Yun very calmly smiled and said, "Come. As long as it's not a king weapon, I'm not afraid of you." "What an arrogant guy," Jin He said. "You have 4 hours to refine whatever you want. Your 100 Pagoda Sect is the defending side, you will refine shields and we will refine weapons. After refining, if your shield can withstand 10 attacks from our weapons without breaking, it will be your win." Qin Yun said, "All right, but the person holding the shield cannot be me. I am a late-stage martial king. If I use the shield to block, I will be at a disadvantage." Yi Yaoshua said, "I will use the shield to block. Long Fengyu use the weapon to attack." "All right." Long Fengyu also agreed. Refining a weapon requires a lot of time. It is very difficult to refine a good weapon within an incense stick's worth of time. After both sides finished discussing the rules, Long Fengyu took out an hourglass, turned it over and yelled, "Begin!" This time Qin Yun did not ask for materials from the 100 Pagoda Sect's inscription masters. Instead he took out some beast bones. He doesn't have many beast bones in his possession, mainly because he used them to refine the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. The materials he took out now are all beast bones of formidable beasts. And the materials Jin He took out are all Dao Yuan crystal steel, they are all of very high quality. Jin He is secretly apprehensive seeing Qin Yun take out beast bones. He really did not expect Qin Yun to use beast bones to refine tools. He thought Qin Yun was just casually talking about it. Inscription masters who can use beast bones to refine tools are very few in number because carving runes on beast bones requires very arduous study. Those few old inscription masters of 100 Pagoda Sect don't dare to say anything, they are only calmly looking from Yi Yaoshua's side. The reason why Qin Yun can carve runes on beast bones so easily is because he has Beast King inscription spirit. This is the most important thing. It allows him to ignore the energy repulsion of the beast bones and easily carve blood spirit power on the beast bones. The beast bones Qin Yun took out are more or less processed. Now they only need to be tempered for a short period of time, and then they can begin molding. Jin He also can't say anything because he has already prepared the Dao Yuan crystal steel in his hand. Generally speaking, refining beast bones is much more difficult than refining Dao Yuan crystal steel. But now, Qin Yun's progress is much faster than Jin He. Xiao Yun, Yi Yaoxue has inscription martial spirit. The power she can release will be very compatible with the runes. When you carve runes, you don't need to worry too much about the user's energy absorption. Ling Yuner said. When refining tools, if someone with fire attribute martial spirit uses it, then they must consider the rune's attribute. I will directly carve formidable defensive totem and star and moon runes with defensive power. Qin Yun is also pondering what kind of rune he should carve. After pondering for a while, he decided to carve Heavenly Lion Totem as well as Star and Moon runes. Naturally, when carving, he will hide the Heavenly Lion Totem so that the opponent won't notice it. When the time comes, the one attacking the shield will be Long Fangyu, and he will use dragon power. Maybe he will be restrained by the Heavenly Lion. Qin Yun firmly held the mental resonance Xian Pen, released light rays that enveloped his hand and the shield, and began carving Heavenly Lion Totem. He has Totem and Beast King inscription spirit. If he carves Heavenly Lion Totem, the finesse will become very high, it will reach a very high realm. 1 hour passed by and he smoothly finished carving Heavenly Lion Totem. Next, he will begin carving Star and Moon runes. This is a very simple matter for him. Jin He's forehead is filled with sweat. It is clear that the pressure on him is not small. While he is refining, he is also asking Long Fangyu about his energy attribute. He wants to understand Long Fangyu's energy condition so that he can make tailor-made items. Yi Yaoxue said in low voice, "Lionhead, are you not going to ask about my situation? The energy of the shield you are refining must be compatible with mine. This way I can use the shield better." Qin Yun said, "You don't need to worry." Originally, she only thought that Qin Yun is very good at repairing magic tools. But now she knows that his level in inscription is also very high. He is worthy of the title Venerable Master. Hong Mengshu, Yu Shutian and others are watching from the distance outside the 100 Refining Plaza. Xiao Tian, senior sister, ye should know who Lionhead is. Hong Mengshu said with smile. They must have secretly discussed something. This is good, we won't be in a difficult situation when the time comes. Yu Shutian nodded and smiled. They are not at all surprised that Qin Yun has this kind of skill. While the competition is going on, many people are discussing about Star Traveling Pagoda in low voice. Because Star Traveling Pagoda has very few people, only a few dozen. Since Qin Yun defeated Precious Dragon Pagoda's chief disciple, they will get 5 years' worth of resources from Precious Dragon Pagoda. If First Pagoda allows Star Traveling Pagoda to get new resources, then Star Traveling Pagoda's several dozen people will be able to enjoy great amount of resources. This caused many people to regret not joining Star Traveling Pagoda back then. Very quickly, 4 hours passed. Qin Yun refined a white round shield. It is not very big, it is only the size of a washbasin. It is pure white, there are no runes on the surface because they are on the other side and inside. Take it, when the time comes, just pour your power into it to defend. Qin Yun handed over the round shield to Yi Yaoxue. Is it reliable? Yi Yaoxue took it and said with slight frown. It is only a few hundred jin. That guy's axe is at least 100,000 jin. Idiot, the heavier the better, Qin Yun said. Hearing Qin Yun scolding Yi Yaoxue as an idiot, many people are secretly worried that Yi Yaoxue will suddenly flip out. But Yi Yaoshua did not say anything, she only glared at Qin Yun. Yi Yaoshua is already used to being bullied by Qin Yun. The weapon Jin he refined is a very exquisite and beautiful axe, moreover it is very heavy. He handed over the axe to Long Fangyu with smile and said, I spent a lot of effort to obtain the blueprint of this axe. Because time is limited, I only refined it a bit, otherwise this axe would have evolved into a king tool. Long Fangyu held the axe in his hand and said in pleasant surprise, It is very heavy, I can feel very strong power, it should be 100,000 Jin, right? 130,000 Jin. Jin he proudly smiled and said, At most 3 strikes, I will be able to break that broken shield. Long Fangyu held the huge axe and said with confident smile, Yi Yaoshua, if you get injured later, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your inscription masters for refining this kind of trash for you. Yi Yaoshua is no longer confident in her heart because the white round shield in her hand looks very weak. Not only it is very light, it is also very simple. In comparison, the surface of Long Fangyu's huge axe has many exquisite runes, as well as many curved surfaces that set off the beauty and high-level feeling of the huge axe. Especially those exquisite runes, they make the huge axe look like it is filled with a kind of mysterious formidable power. The round shield Qin Yun gave to Yi Yaoshua doesn't have anything else, it looks like it is made of flour. Come! Yi Yaoshua yelled, then raised the round shield to let Long Fangyu hack at it. Chapter 962. Above Great Master the huge axe chopped down, creating a burst of air current, it is like the roar of a furious dragon, giving rise to a gale. Boom! The huge axe chopped down on the white shield, giving rise to a fierce energy wave and a burst of golden red light. Yi Yaoshua thought that her hand would suffer some injury, but just now she did not feel any pain, not even a bit of vibration. On the contrary, after Long Fangyu chopped down, his axe let out a buzzing sound and bounced back, causing him to retreat more than 10 steps. Long Fangyu's expression slightly changed. Jin He's eyes are filled with shock as he looked at the shield. Long Fangyu, who seemed to have the upper hand, unexpectedly did not gain any advantage. Yi Yaoshua exclaimed in admiration in her heart, she is also filled with confidence. She looked at the lion head in disbelief. What caused her to be most amazed is that the power she released was very well absorbed by the shield. It gave her a feeling that she is connected with the shield by blood, she can smoothly transfer power into the shield. Again! Long Fangyu loudly shouted, rushed over again and chopped down with even stronger power. Boom! Light rays exploded, sound vibrated and gale whistled. The huge axe in Long Fangyu's hand has been jolted away, his hand is still bleeding. Everyone let out a burst of cheer. Long Fangyu's 2 attacks were not able to damage the shield at all. Jin He's expression is extremely unsightly because just now he kept on saying that Qin Yun's shield would not be able to withstand 3 axe attacks. Great Master Jin! What is going on? Long Fangyu looked at his bleeding hand and asked in doubt. I don't know. Jin He said with frown. Maybe his shield has power-reflecting runes carved on it. This wretched guy is too sinister. Not only it can reflect Long Fangyu's power, it can also transform Yi Yaoshua's energy into Heavenly Lion's power and bounce it back. Yi Yaoshua is very happy in her heart. She did not expect that she, as the defending side, would be able to let the opponent see blood. Long Fangyu, you still have 8 axe attacks, quickly finish, she said with proud smile. Long Fangyu held the axe with his other hand, deeply inhaled a mouthful of air, then condensed his power and vigorously chopped down on the shield. Boom! This time, just like before, the axe was sent flying. However, it was slightly better than before. His hand was not bleeding, but it was trembling. It was obvious that he had been shocked. 7 more times. Maybe you will be able to break my shield very soon, Yi Yaoshua said with charming smile. This was the first time anyone had seen someone on the defensive side anticipating the opponent's attacks so much. Long Fengyu's complexion is unsightly. He used his trembling hand to pick up the huge axe. In his heart, he rained curses on that bullshit great master Jin He. He actually refined this kind of swindler for him to use. Jin He's expression is not any better than Long Fengyu because his level is being questioned. At this very moment, he wants to find a hole to crawl into to avoid losing face. The difference between the axe he refined and Qin Yun's shield is too great. This is what makes him feel ashamed. Long Fengyu picked up the axe and hesitated whether or not he should continue chopping down. Every time he slashed, his hand would hurt. As a result, he didn't dare to use too much strength. Otherwise, he would be the one suffering. "Are you afraid?" Yi Yaoshu said with mocking smile. "Hurry up! You win this round." Long Fengyu is expressionless as he yelled, "Next round." Jin He also nodded. "You win this round. There are still 3 rounds of rune finesse, puppet competition and formation breaking competition. As long as you lose one of them, you will lose this round." Everyone can see that Jin He is not very confident, because now he only wants to win 1 round to guarantee his victory. Yi Yaoshu patted the shield, looked at Qin Yun and said, "Lion Head, this shield is very useful, sell it to me." Qin Yun said, 1 billion purple crystal coins, no bargaining. You are demanding an exorbitant price. I don't want it, I will return it to you." Yi Yaoshu returned the shield to Qin Yun. "Idiot, if I auction this shield, it will be worth 2 billion. Even 2 billion is possible." Qin Yun put away the shield and said with a proud smile, "Really? All right, I will buy it." Yi Yaoshu hastily said, "Now it is 1.5 billion. Qin Yun said, "You bastard." Yi Yaoshu loudly cursed. "Don't ask for sky-high prices, I sincerely want to buy it. 1.5 billion, do you want it or not? In any case, my shield can be sold for 2 billion. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "He is not lacking in purple crystal coins. Who wants it?" Yi Yaoshu groaned. She was in a good mood just now, but now she has a bellyful of anger. A group of people are also very scared. A shield that was crafted in 2 hours is sold for 1 billion purple crystal coins. Moreover, when Yi Yaoshu wanted to buy it, the price increased to 1.5 billion. This caused many people to want to learn runes, but they know that the threshold of this field is very high. Without a certain level of talent, it is impossible to succeed. Jin He said, "Next is rune finesse competition. We will carve low-quality fire Dao rune and then use testing tools to test. Whoever has higher finesse will win." Low-quality fire Dao rune? No problem. What kind of material do you want to carve on? Qin Yun asked. Beast skin, of course. Jin He chuckled, then took out a beast skin and said, "Carve a low-quality fire Dao rune in 2 hours. Carving runes on beast skin is the simplest and easiest." Qin Yun doesn't feel any pressure at all. Moreover, he is carving fire attribute Dao runes, it is very easy. Yi Yaoshu is very confident in this immoral venerable master, she did not say anything. Qin Yun took out the beast skin and checked it with Jin He. After there is no problem, he asked Long Fengyu to start. Long Fengyu feels that Jin He will surely win this round. After the competition began, Qin Yun and Jin He began very earnestly. Wang Wen said in low voice, "Senior Sister Yi, generally speaking, the older an inscription master is, the higher their control of finesse. A great master like Jin He's finesse is not low. This junior brother Qin is very young, moreover he is only late-stage martial king. No matter how awesome he is, he can only be on par with Jin He." After Yi Yaoshu heard this, she looked at Long Fengyu and said, "If their finesse is the same, what will happen?" Long Fengyu said with smile, "Same old rules. If it is a draw, it will count as your defense failing. You also treated us the same way before." Yi Yaoxue gritted her teeth and lightly groaned. Wang Wen said, Senior Sister Yi, the situation is not very optimistic. An inscription master of Jin, he's level can surely reach level 10 finesse. This is max level. Another old man also said, Jin he carved very simple low-grade fire Dao rune on the beast's skin, moreover he spent an hour to complete it. This is enough to guarantee that he can control finesse to the peak. No matter how awesome junior brother Qin is, he is only at max level. Yi Yaoxue suddenly became somewhat anxious. It is not that she is not optimistic about Qin Yun's chances, rather it is because both Jin He and Qin Yun's finesse is at max level. Is there no 11th level? Yi Yaoxue asked in low voice. There is no 11th level because 11th level finesse is called Venerable Master. Max level is Great Master. Long Fangyu called Jin He Great Master, that means his finesse is at max level. Wang Wen said. Yi Yaoxue recalled Qin Yun's title of Venerable Master and said, Then, are there any true Venerable Masters in our 100 Pagoda region? Wang Wen shook his head and said, There are none. If there were true Venerable Master, Divine Inscription Palace would have announced it. That so-called Venerable Master who offended you before only has an undeserved reputation. He has not obtained Divine Inscription Palace's certification. An old man said, Indeed, that Venerable Master is only called by others, he doesn't even dare to admit that he is a Venerable Master, otherwise he would have already gone to Divine Inscription Palace to be certified. If he becomes a Venerable Master certified by Divine Inscription Palace, his status will be very high. Who doesn't want to be certified? Long Fangyu's expression is filled with smiling expression as he said, Yi Yaoxue, accept the fact. Great Master Jin is a certified Great Master. He has 10th level finesse. No matter how awesome that lion head is, he is only at 10th level. Yi Yaoxue groaned and ignored Long Fangyu. 1 hour passed by very quickly, it is now evening. Qin Yun is the first to finish. He finished so quickly that it caused many people to be surprised. Because Jin He is still earnestly carving runes. Yi Yaoxue hastily walked over and asked, Lionhead, what is your highest finesse? Qin Yun said, I don't know. I usually don't pay attention to this, I will know after testing. Wang Wen walked over, took out a mirror and looked at Qin Yun's beast skin. Then he saw many threads appear on the mirror. He carefully counted and suddenly his body trembled. He counted again and his hands can't help but tremble. There are actually 11 threads. Venerable Master level finesse. Long Fangyu also walked over and took out a tool to check. It is also a mirror. After looking at the mirror, he is also stunned. He looked at Qin Yun in disbelief. Yi Yaoxue looked at Wang Wen's mirror and repeatedly counted several times to confirm that there are 11 threads. This means that Qin Yun has 11th level finesse. Jin He said with beaming smile, Finished, you all. What happened to you all? He looked at Long Fangyu and other inscription masters' shocked expression and cannot help but feel suspicious. Qin Yun said, My finesse is 11th level, what about yours, 11th level? How is this possible? Jin He's forehead is filled with sweat, he doesn't believe it. But looking at the expression of Long Fangyu and other inscription masters, he has no choice but to believe it. He promptly took out a tool to check. Very soon he found out that Qin Yun's Flame Dao rune is indeed 11th level finesse. This scared him so much that his hands became weak, the tool in his hand dropped to the ground. We won this round. Yi Yaoxue excitedly smiled and said. All the inscription masters on the battle stage are shocked speechless. They are looking at Qin Yun as if they are looking at a monster. There is only reverence in their eyes. Long Fangyu furiously pointed at Qin Yun and yelled, This lion head. Is he truly late-stage Martial King? Did you send a half-immortal to compete with us in order to win? Why is he wearing a lion head from start to finish? Jin He reprimanded in low voice. Long Fangyu, you should be a bit more polite. He is a venerable master. Everyone in the plaza is startled. Jin He actually told Long Fangyu to be a bit more polite towards Qin Yun. Chapter 963. Shameless hierarch. Long Fangyu saw how Jin He reveres the lion head. He is extremely amazed in his heart. However, this matter involves great benefits. He cannot bow and scrape to Qin Yun just because of this. I suspect that you are not late-stage martial king, Long Fangyu said to Qin Yun. His tone is not as aggressive as before. It's very simple, just casually monitor it and you will know. You definitely have this kind of thing, Qin Yun said. Of course there is. Long Fangyu took out a mirror, shined it on Qin Yun's body and said, "Don't move." After a short moment, the result appeared on Long Fangyu's mirror. He is indeed a late-stage martial king. Yi Yaoshua said, "Let's continue." Jin He said to Long Fangyu in low voice, "There is also the formation and puppet competition. I have no assurance in defeating him." The precision of the runes he carved had reached the 11th level of Grandmaster level. "I don't want to continue." He recalled the previous matches with Qin Yun and admired Qin Yun even more. He was sure that Qin Yun was at the level of a guru. Jin He actually wants to give up. Long Fangyu did not expect this. "Great Master Jin, we agreed that you must continue to compete. So long as you win one round, our dragon sect will be victorious," Long Fangyu said. He is not an inscription master. He cannot understand Jin He's current mood. Jin He didn't have the heart to continue because he felt that it was impossible for him to win. He shook his head and said, "I've already suffered a heavy blow. There's no point in continuing." Yi Yaoshua cannot help but smile and said, "Long Fangyu, don't force Great Master Jin." Long Fangyu gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Yun. He did not expect that 100 Pagoda sect would have such a guy. "Grandmaster Jin, are you truly unable to continue?" Long Fangyu asked in a very unresigned manner. "Because there are still 2 more rounds, the hope of a comeback is very big." Jin He shook his head. "Even if I continue, I have no confidence." Long Fangyu said, "Even if you don't have confidence, you must continue, you must not give up." Jin He looked at Qin Yun, helplessly sighed and said, "All right, I will continue." People who don't understand runes don't know what level 11 finesse means. Inscription masters like Jin He and Wang Wen are very clear that to be able to carve runes with 11th level finesse, one either has inscription spirit or extremely high talent. It is normal for Jin He to be timid when facing such an inscription master. "Next, we'll compete in formations. You set up a formation, and I'll break it. How about it?" Jin He looked at the sky. It was already dark, and he wanted to end things quickly. Everyone could see that Jin He had lost his will to fight. Qin Yun said, "All right, 4 hours." Jin He nodded. Qin Yun took out a piece of beast skin and began inscribing runes. Long Fangyu is currently panicking in his heart because he feels that Dragon Sect might lose this time. Jin He was a grandmaster they had invited from afar, but before the competition was over, he had already withered. If it wasn't for Long Fangyu's request, Jin He would have already given up. Although Yi Yaoshua felt a lot more at ease, she didn't dare to completely relax until the end. 4 hours later, Qin Yun also set up a small formation on a piece of beast skin. He placed a stone in the middle of the beast skin and said, "After I open the formation, a protective barrier will appear. If you can break the formation and take out the stone within 4 hours, it will be your win. If you break the formation with brute force, the stone will be damaged and you will lose." Jin He looked at the beast's skin and suddenly became very interested. To him, this is a very good opportunity to learn and exchange knowledge. He very earnestly looked at the formation and tried to touch it with his hand. However, he was indeed blocked by a power. While breaking the formation, one cannot use brute force, otherwise the formation and the stone will be destroyed. Qin Yun is watching from the side. Because he is wearing a mask, nobody can see his expression. Yi Yaoshua asked through sound transmission. Immoral venerable master, do you have confidence in winning this round? That Jin he seems to be very serious. Qin Yun said, I have no confidence. This caused Yi Yaoshua to be on tenterhooks. If she loses, all the previous competitions would be in vain. Weren't you very confident? Yi Yaoshua asked. Just watch, no matter what you say, it is useless. Qin Yun replied. He is actually very confident, he is just deliberately teasing Yi Yaoshua to make her worry. Yi Yaoshua's expression suddenly became grave, she is very worried that she will lose. Jin he is squatting beside the beast's skin and calmly looking at the battle. The battle stage is brightly illuminated by the light-emitting stones floating in the air. Spectators are chatting while waiting for the result. Dragon Sect disciples' mood is very heavy. If they lose, they will have to tighten their belts for the next 10 years. Granny Star said before that the reason why 100 Pagoda Sect and Dragon Sect are competing in this way is because there has been a dispute over the area under their jurisdiction for many years. Because of this dispute, they often fought over it. Later on, in order to avoid disastrous losses, they proposed this kind of peaceful method. 100 Pagoda Sect has won many times before. It is also because Yi Yaoshua became the chief disciple that they won 2 times in a row. If they win this time, they will have won 3 times in a row. In the past 20 years, Dragon Sect's strength regressed a lot due to lack of resources. 2 hours later, Jin he let out a long sigh and said, I lost this round, I cannot break this formation. Jin he squatted for 2 hours and did not move at all, he is actually unable to break the formation. Yi Yaoshua let out a long breath and cursed Qin Yun a few times in her heart. She knows that Qin Yun was deliberately scaring her just now. Last round, we will compare the power of both sides' puppets. Long Fangyu said, Puppet embryos will use wooden puppets, they are sold in Divine Inscription Palace, you all have them right? As matters stand, Long Fangyu can only place his hopes on this last round. Jin he nodded and said, I have them. Then he took out a wooden puppet, it is a blank puppet, there are no totem runes carved on it. Qin Yun looked at Yi Yaoshua and said, I don't have any, quickly give me one. Yi Yaoshua despised Qin Yun in her heart, as a venerable master, he actually has nothing. Wang Wen hastily took out a wooden puppet and gave it to Qin Yun. His attitude towards Qin Yun is now very respectful. These wooden puppets are used to do odd jobs, even though they are embryos, they are very expensive. Carve them before daybreak, then we will compete. Jin he said, he is now deliberately making himself look very confident. All right. Qin Yun said. He took out mental resonance Xian pen and began carving totem runes. Since he has totem inscription spirit, carving golden ape totem is very easy for him. He finished it within an hour. Because the golden ape totem is not a very good totem, he carved some runes on the puppet's body to increase the puppet's power. After Qin Yun finished, there is still an hour before daybreak. If he did not deliberately slow down, he would have already finished. Yi Yaoshua saw that Qin Yun is not moving and asked in low voice, Lionhead, are you done? Indeed. What is it? Qin Yun said. Wang Wen said, so fast. If it were me, it would take at least a whole day to finish. Long Fangyu groaned and said, slow work produces fine work. You finished so quickly, that wooden puppet is not very good. Qin Yun said with smile, you will know soon. After Jin he finished, his forehead is filled with sweat. Then everyone walked down from the stage and let the 2 wooden puppets fight on the stage. Qin Yun's wooden puppet is a bit shorter, moreover it is made of black wood. Jin he's wooden puppet is big and tall, it is red wood. Begin. Long Fangyu yelled. Dragon Sect disciples are very nervous. Whether or not they can obtain resources for next 10 years will depend on this battle. The battle began. Qin Yun and Jin he controlled their wooden puppets to move. Qin Yun's wooden puppet is very fast and very nimble. In comparison, Jin He's wooden puppet is very slow. I won. Qin Yun suddenly shouted, then controlled his wooden puppet to fly over and then sent out a palm attack. The wooden puppet's arm overflowed with flame. Wooden puppets are most afraid of flame, but Qin Yun's wooden puppet can release flame. Jin He's expression greatly changed. He promptly controlled his wooden puppet to dodge, but the palm attack is too fast. Even if he dodged, he was hit head-on. Boom sounds spread out. Qin Yun controlled the wooden man to release a very light flame. Moreover, it also caused an explosion, causing Jin He's wooden man to fall apart and burn. Jin He let out a sigh, looked at Long Fangyu and said, "I tried my best." Long Fangyu is standing there in a daze, tightly clenching his fists. Their dragon sect has lost again. The slowly rising 9 suns are very brilliant, but dragon sect disciples' mood is very heavy. "We are leaving." Long Fangyu's mood is very gloomy as he yelled. When they came, they were filled with imposing manner, but now they are leaving dejectedly. 100 Pagoda sect people also started cheering one after another. Yi Yaoshue's beautiful face is also filled with smile. She took out a sound transmission magic tool and sent sound transmission to elders. Not long after, a group of old and middle-aged men flew over and landed on the stage. These old and middle-aged men are the higher-ups of 100 Pagoda sect. They are sect master, elders and law protectors. All the disciples saluted one after another. Qin Yun also saw First Pagoda's Pagoda Master. He is also the sect master of 100 Pagoda sect. His name is Yang Chongtian. Yang Chongtian is wearing clothes with sun embroidered on it. His smooth white long hair is hanging down to his shoulders. He is wearing a golden-red jade crown on his head. His slightly wrinkled face is filled with solemnity. His eyes are filled with dignity and indifference as he looked at Qin Yun and Granny Star. Granny Star said, "Sect Master, you promised that from this year onwards, our star-traveling pagoda will obtain new resources. Many disciples of First Pagoda are in a very bad mood because they are going to lose a lot of resources." Yang Chongtian groaned and said, "I never promised you." Hearing Yang Chongtian's words, everyone is stunned. Yi Yaoshue is very amazed. She opened her phoenix eyes wide and looked at Yang Chongtian. She wanted to speak, but she was forcibly taken away by a few old half-immortals. Qin Yun and Granny Star realized that Yang Chongtian is acting shamelessly. He wants to destroy the bridge after crossing the river. 100 Refining Plaza became completely silent. First Pagoda disciples are secretly happy because they would rather have resources than face. After all, they are losing more than half of their resources. "You are acting shamelessly," Granny Star furiously said in deep voice. Chapter 964. Incur enmity. Qin Yun and Granny Star are very angry, but they can't do anything against so many powerful half-immortals from First Pagoda. "You bunch of bastards, you clearly promised us, but now you go back on your word. Your First Pagoda will surely regret this," Qin Yun said in deep voice. "We never promised you anything." "Who said we agreed?" Yang Chongtian said with chuckle. "Yi Yaoshue played your recording, many people here also heard it," Qin Yun said. Xie Wufeng walked out and said, "I heard it." Murong Tianjia is also helping Qin Yun. He stood up and said, "Sect Master, that is indeed your voice. Tell Yi Yaoshue to come out and play the recording again." Yang Chongtian said with smile, "I did not say it with my own mouth, it must have been forged by that little girl. How naughty." All right, everyone disperse. This time 100 Pagoda sect was able to repel Dragon sect again. Our First Pagoda's contribution cannot go unnoticed. Everyone can see this. At this moment, everyone witnessed the highest level of shamelessness. Yang Chongtian was exactly like this. Murong Yue shouted loudly, "First Pagoda's bullshit contribution cannot go unnoticed. Who won in your First Pagoda?" "It was only Yi Yaoshue." Clearly, Star Traveling Pagoda has put in the most effort, yet they have not obtained anything, yet you still have the face to say that. She had a belly full of anger because she was almost killed previously. And many disciples of 100 Pagoda sect want her to die for benefits. She almost died on the stage, yet the first pagoda said that they had contributed greatly. Little girl, I won't lower myself to your level. Everyone is tired, go back and rest. Yang Chongtian said with smile on his face. After he finished speaking, Yang Chongtian led his group of people and soared into the sky. Qin Yun said in cold voice, First pagoda, just wait for me. You didn't give us the promised benefits, so we'll make you lose 10 times or even 100 times more. Ha ha ha, we will wait for you. Yang Chongtian laughed heartily. The other people from the first pagoda also laughed heartily. Now many people are looking at Qin Yun and Granny Star as if they are looking at idiot. Because Qin Yun exerted the most strength, it can be said that he turned the tide of desperate crisis and helped 100 Pagoda sect win. But now they had been tricked by the first pagoda, kicked away. Qin Yun is gasping for breath, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. Xie Wufeng walked over, patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said, Yun old boy, calm down. The future is long, we will have plenty of opportunities to deal with them. Qin Yun was swindled by Yi Yaoxue once before, this is the second time. Although he cannot blame Yi Yaoxue, as the chief disciple of First Pagoda, she cannot escape responsibility. First Pagoda played me like this, they will have to pay the price. Qin Yun coldly looked at the back of Yang Chongtian's group and firmly clenched his fists. Boss, yeah, I'm going back. Qin Yun said. Junior brother Qin, after a period of time, I will deliver a great gift to you. Murong Tianjia said. Qin Yun nodded and left the 100 Refining Plaza with Granny Star. Tian. Granny Star and Qin Yun very quickly returned to Star Traveling Pagoda. On the way, Granny Star kept cursing at First Pagoda's Yang Chongtian. Granny Star, it is all my fault for trusting Yi Yaoxue too much, otherwise I would not have been cheated so miserably. Qin Yun looked at the broken Star Traveling Pagoda and said with self-blame. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain a large amount of resources very quickly, but he didn't expect the first pagoda to be so shameless. Granny Star consoled him. Xiao Yun, I am very satisfied that you care so much about Star Traveling Pagoda. It doesn't matter, there will be more chances in the future. You are a formidable inscription master, you can certainly make Star Traveling Pagoda rise again. Honestly speaking, this matter cannot be blamed on her. She didn't expect that animal Yang Chongtian to be so shameless. Qin Yun asked, Then why did Yang Chongtian agree? Granny Star groaned. That bastard thinks that 100 Pagoda sect cannot win the inscription showdown. They were already prepared to lose, so they agreed. But later on, they won. Of course, they weren't willing to give up so many benefits, so on the way, they discussed and decided to go back on their word. These bastards! Qin Yun angrily hammered the wall. Xiao Yun, you are very tired today. Go to Star Picking Pavilion and rest. Granny Star sighed. I and my fellow brothers will properly tidy up Star Traveling Pagoda. Qin Yun nodded. Through the starry sky teleportation array, he was teleported to the star and entered Star Picking Pavilion. Murong Manor, inside a warm and comfortable small living room, City Master Murong is anxiously checking Murong Yue's injury. Murong Yue is lying down on a soft beast skin chair, she said with charming smile. Grandfather, I am fine, the emergency pill you gave me is very useful. Murong Tianjia and Murong Changu are also standing at the side. They informed City Master Murong about what happened earlier. Grandfather, that lion head is truly awesome, not only his battle strength is astonishing, his inscription level is also very high. What is his background? Murong Changu said with deep emotion. That guy is the venerable master who swindled me. City Master Murong curled his lips. Apart from him, I can't think of anyone else. His name is Qin Shao Yun. His name has the word Yun in it. He must be that brother Yun. Murong Yue almost jumped up, she yelled in alarm. It is actually that immoral venerable master? He saved me. He should hate me very much. Why did he save me? City Master Murong said with smile. Because he saved you, I have to give him a gift. Didn't you say that this guy reminded you many times to use great gift to thank him? Murong Yue lowered her head. She is thinking about something. Xiao Wei, what are you thinking about? Murong Chanwu said with smile. I am thinking about Xie Wufeng and Kong Feiqing. Kong Feiqing said that it was Qin Shao Yun who helped her breakthrough. Qin Shao Yun and Xie Wufeng's relationship is very good. Apparently they have known each other for a long time. Xie Wufeng can suddenly break through to martial emperor. Maybe it is also because of Qin Shao Yun's help. Murong Yue looked at City Master Murong and somewhat excitedly said, Grandfather, maybe that guy can truly help a peak stage martial king breakthrough. Murong Tianjia said, Qin Shao Yun calls Xie Wufeng Ba Xie. Their relationship is not shallow. Moreover, according to my estimation, it is impossible for Xie Wufeng to become martial emperor so quickly. It seems like it is very likely that Qin Shao Yun helped him. Murong Chanwu said in amazement. How did he do it? City Master Murong is also thinking about this matter. He rolled his eyes and said, Tianjia, when you go to deliver the gift, bring Xiao Wei with you. Ask him what is the reward for helping Xie Wufeng break through. All right. Murong Tianjia nodded. Will there be any bad influence? Murong Chanwu is somewhat worried. Xie Wufeng dared to come here. There will be no bad influence. Murong Tianjia said. That immoral venerable master has been swindled by Big Sister Yi again. He must hate her to death. Murong Yue said with sigh. Yi Yaoxue must have recognized that he is a venerable master. City Master Murong said. They must have secretly discussed other conditions. Yang Chongtian suddenly reneged. Yi Yaoxue must not have anticipated this. That guy Yang Chongtian is very shameless. Murong Tianjia said with smile. Maybe this is a good opportunity. With Yi Yaoxue's temperament, she must be very angry at Yang Chongtian. If Xie Wufeng challenges Yi Yaoxue now, maybe she will lose. City Master Murong laughed loudly and said, Indeed, indeed. I will immediately send a message to your Divine Sword Pagoda's Pagoda Master. Tell him to prepare to attack First Pagoda. With Xie Wufeng's current strength, maybe he can truly defeat Yi Yaoxue. Apart from Star Traveling Pagoda, all the pagoda masters of 100 Pagoda sect brought more than 10 people to attend the banquet to celebrate 100 Pagoda sect's victory over Dragon sect. First Pagoda is the happiest because they have very smoothly swindled Star Traveling Pagoda. Everyone in 100 Pagoda sect knows that Star Traveling Pagoda has been swindled. They also know that Star Traveling Pagoda has a venerable master as their chief disciple. Many people feel that First Pagoda is very stupid because they offended a venerable master with great potential. Many people saw Jin He's respectful appearance towards Qin Yun in 100 Refining Plaza. Jin He's level of great master is very worthy of respect in 100 Pagoda sect, let alone someone like Qin Yun. But First Pagoda is reluctant to part with large amount of resources, so they had a conflict with Qin Yun. On the way back, Yang Chongtian and others only knew that 100 Pagoda sect defeated Dragon sect. They didn't know that there is a venerable master among them. Even though they found out later, they don't regret a bit because compared to Dragon sect, rich resources are king. Dozens of Star Traveling Pagoda's disciples have broken through. Now they are very spirited and are busily renovating Star Traveling Pagoda. After obtaining precious Dragon Pagoda's resources, Star Traveling Pagoda's resources have become a lot more abundant. They can properly renovate Star Traveling Pagoda. Yi Yaoxue is wearing bright red exquisite clothes. Her hair is tied up in braids. She is flying very fast in the dark night towards Star Traveling Pagoda. When she arrived at Star Traveling Pagoda, she discovered that the pagoda has become brand new. Although it looks very ancient on the surface, it is not as shabby as before. Star Traveling Pagoda's construction materials are very good to begin with. Moreover, it has all kinds of formidable great formations and barriers, so they are not going to tear it down and rebuild it, they are just renovating it. Yi Yaoxue slowly floated towards Star Traveling Pagoda's gate from the distance and saw Granny Star is guiding some disciples to renovate Star Traveling Pagoda. Granny Star. Yi Yaoxue let out a long sigh and said, "This kind of thing happened, it was not within my control, I am very sorry." "Isn't it that old bastard Yang Chongtian's idea?" Granny Star groaned. "Even so, you are First Pagoda's chief disciple, moreover you are the one who made the promise, you must take some responsibility." Yi Yaoxue spread her hands and said with bitter smile, "I am no longer First Pagoda's chief disciple." Granny Star is somewhat amazed. "What happened?" "The current chief disciple is Fang Zhijin," Yi Yaoxue said, "because I casually made a promise to someone and endangered First Pagoda's benefits. My position as chief disciple has been removed." "Fang Zhijin? Isn't this guy the first on martial emperor ranking? Moreover, he is Yang Chongtian's grandson." Granny Star coldly groaned and said, "That guy Yang Chongtian seems to have given up on you." Chapter 965. Inscription. Martial Spirit. Granny Star curled her lips and said, "Yang Chongtian made his grandson his chief disciple. He is a peak martial emperor, if there is any mistake, he might die during tribulation." Yi Yaoxue's mood is very bad because she feels very guilty in her heart. On one hand, he was worried that Qin Yun would not return the dudu to him. "Granny Star, I came to find Qin Xiaoyun, can you let him come out to see me?" Yi Yaoxue walked over, pulled Granny Star's hand and said with grievance expression, "This time, it really is not my fault." All right, I will go ask him, wait for me here." Granny Star hastily entered Star Traveling Pagoda and left for Star Picking Pavilion. Qin Yun rested in the Star Picking Pavilion and recovered very quickly. At this moment, he was reading the knowledge within the book soul. Granny Star said outside the door, "Xiao Yun, are you still resting?" Qin Yun hurriedly opened the door and said with a smile, "I have already recovered. What's the matter?" "Yi Yaoxue wants to see you. Do you want to see her? That girl is no longer First Pagoda's chief disciple." Granny Star asked. Qin Yun is somewhat surprised and said, "I will go see her now." He and Yi Yaoxue agreed to research her rune martial spirit. Although First Pagoda did not promise to give resources to Star Traveling Pagoda, they can continue to trade with Yi Yaoxue. Granny Star finds this somewhat unexpected. She thought that Qin Yun would be angry and refuse to see Yi Yaoxue. Qin Yun and Granny Star arrived at Star Traveling Pagoda. Qin Yun is waiting for Granny Star to bring Yi Yaoxue to a secret living room on the top floor. Not long after, Yi Yaoxue arrived with Granny Star and entered the living room. Granny Star hastily left after bringing her to this hall. Yi Yaoxue did not find it strange that Granny Star is so polite towards Qin Yun. After all, Qin Yun is a venerable master. He has given Star Traveling Pagoda hope to rise again. Qin Yun did not disguise himself and revealed his true appearance. The last time he was at Murong Manor, he had disguised himself, so he looked a little different from now. However, if one looked closely they would still be able to recognize it. Yi Yaoxue said, "Is this your true appearance?" Qin Yun said with a smile, "Am I handsome? You can still laugh, it seems like your mood is pretty good." Yi Yaoxue also felt a bit relieved. "If I don't laugh, should I cry? Your First Pagoda is swindling me, I will make you pay the price." Qin Yun said. Yi Yaoxue said, "I apologize to you first. If you have a grudge, come find me. Go find the First Pagoda." Qin Yun doesn't want to talk about First Pagoda, so he asked her to sit down. She sat down and asked, "You want to see my martial spirit now?" Yes, this is what we agreed on before. Qin Yun said, "Show me your martial spirit and I will return the underwear to you." "Return it to me first," Yi Yaoshua said. "Let me see the martial spirit first. I've been tricked by you twice before." Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "I don't trust you." "All right." Yi Yaoshua closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembled as she released her martial spirit. Not long after, she released a ball of red light. When Qin Yun saw the red glow, he immediately became excited. This martial spirit structure is exactly the same as Kong Feiqing's Gemini heavenly rune. They are all kinds of secret books, complex runes interweaved together and condensed into a ball. Yi Yaoshua saw Qin Yun's excited expression and asked, "Do you know what kind of martial spirit this is?" "You don't know?" Qin Yun doubtfully asked. "Of course I don't know. Apart from you and my dead master, no one else has seen this martial spirit," Yi Yaoshua said. "Did your master not tell you what kind of martial spirit it is?" Qin Yun asked. "No." Yi Yaoshua shook her head and said, "She told me not to show it to others. She only said that my martial spirit is very mysterious and must not be leaked or it will be very troublesome." Qin Yun's expression became grave. He nodded and said, "You can rest assured. I won't speak of this matter carelessly. You must also remember your master's words, don't casually show your martial spirit to others." "Then what kind of martial spirit is it?" Yi Yaoshua is very curious. Inscription martial spirit, very complex and very formidable runes. I also don't know its specific function, I will need to slowly research it later. Show it to me again later. Qin Yun said. "Sure, where is my undergarment?" Yi Yaoshua asked. Qin Yun took out the undergarment and another piece of clothing and placed them in a box. Yi Yaoshua carefully inspected the box and groaned. "You really did not mess around." Qin Yun said in a bad mood. "What did I mess around? I suffered a great loss. Not only did I lose you as a concubine, I also lost a great amount of resources." "Concubine?" Yi Yaoshua lightly groaned and said, "Do you really want me to be your concubine?" "Originally I didn't want to, but who told you to have an inscription martial spirit? I want to study it. Moreover, you lost before, so you are my concubine, you just don't want to acknowledge it," Qin Yun said. "I don't want to bother with you." Yi Yaoshua turned around and wanted to leave. "I won't send you off." Qin Yun made a funny face at her. He only hopes that Xiao Yueme will quickly come and take Yi Yaoshua's martial spirit. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain the heavenly rune inside Yi Yaoshua's martial spirit, but after looking at it, he discovered that it is much more complicated than Gemini heavenly rune. It is impossible to create it in a short period of time. So he can only give up and wait until he refines a treasure mirror. Yi Yaoshua arrived at the door and suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at Qin Yun and said, "Qin Xiao Yun, I admit that I broke my promise before. I also won't be your concubine, but I can use other methods to make it up to you." "How? Sleep with me for one night? The one who will suffer a loss is me. I won't do it." Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "What nonsense are you thinking? I don't want to talk to you anymore." Yi Yaoshua immediately became angry and said, "Truly a shameless, venerable master. Goodbye." "Wait a minute, what other methods do you want to use to make it up to me?" Qin Yun yelled. "I will join Star Traveling Pagoda and become its disciple. Don't you want to study my inscription martial spirit? This way you will have time to study it." Qin Yun thought about it and felt that this is actually pretty good. As long as Yi Yaoshua is in Star Traveling Pagoda, he can call her at any time and study her martial spirit. Can a disciple of 100 Pagoda sect casually change pagoda? Qin Yun asked. As long as your Star Traveling Pagoda's pagoda master accepts it. Yi Yaoshua took out her golden token and said, "Go talk to Granny Star, let her use her pagoda master token to verify my token." Then I will be a disciple of star-traveling pagoda. Then aren't you afraid that first pagoda will say something? Qin Yun asked again. They don't want me to be their chief disciple, they have already given up on me. I also said before that I will obtain my own resources, I no longer rely on first pagoda. I am doing this to make it up to you so that you won't say that I cheated you all day long. Yi Yaoshua said. All right, it's settled. Qin Yun said with smile. Let's go, we will go find Granny Star. She won't mind me joining star-traveling pagoda, right? Yi Yaoshua suddenly became somewhat worried. I am afraid that she won't want me. Qin Yun took out a crystal token and said with smile. I am the pagoda master, I have the final say. Hand over your token. Yi Yaoshua cannot help but be stunned seeing Qin Yun take out the pagoda master token. She has been chief disciple for so many years, she has seen pagoda master token frequently, she is not the least bit unfamiliar with it. She really did not expect that Qin Yun has already become star-traveling pagoda's pagoda master. Why are you daydreaming? Qin Yun sat there and said with smile. I am the pagoda master. You. What kind of background do you have? You became a golden disciple and chief disciple for no reason and now you are even pagoda master. Yi Yaoshua walked over with bewildered expression and handed over her golden token to Qin Yun. Qin Yun took it and casually fiddled with it, making star-traveling pagoda's symbol appear on Yi Yaoshua's golden token. Oh, that's right, from today on, I will hand over my chief disciple position to you. I will talk to Granny Star later. I will properly be the pagoda master, Qin Yun said with smile. He took out a sound transmission conch and let Granny Star in. After Granny Star arrived, Qin Yun immediately informed her about Yi Yaoshua joining star-traveling pagoda. This is very good. Granny Star is very happy and said with smile, Xiao Shui, we are family from now on. Granny Star is looking at Yi Yaoshua with a strange expression. Yi Yaoshua and Qin Yun can guess what Granny Star is thinking, she must be thinking that they are a couple. Granny Star, don't misunderstand, I am not married to him. Yi Yaoshua promptly explained. I understand. Granny Star said with smile. Tomorrow I will go register as Star-Traveling Pagoda's chief disciple and get my new chief disciple badge. Qin Yun doesn't feel like explaining, he said with smile. Granny Star, can I bring her to Star-Picking Pavilion? Of course you can. You are the pagoda master, you have the final say. Granny Star said with smile. I will go busy myself, the new house will be renovated very soon. At that time, I will wash away the bad luck of star-traveling pagoda. Yi Yaoshua is speechless, she rolled her eyes at Qin Yun who is grinning. After Granny Star left, Qin Yun brought Yi Yaoshua to a secret room. There are starry sky teleportation formations in every floor of star-traveling pagoda, they can be teleported to that small star. Qin Yun brought Yi Yaoshua and teleported to the small star. After arriving here, Yi Yaoshua looked all around in amazement, looking at those huge stars filled with oppressive aura. Those huge stars are revolving around the small star, it looks like they are going to press down on them at any time. If someone comes here for the first time without any mental preparation, they will be unable to breathe due to the pressure. Yi Yaoshua is like this, it took her a long time to catch her breath. Qin Yun said with smile. Star-Picking Pavilion is in front, if you can enter, it will prove that you are a true disciple of Star-Traveling Pagoda. Yi Yaoshua nodded and said, I heard about this matter, your Star-Traveling Pagoda has too few disciples because too many of them are blocked by this barrier. She has also heard about this small Star-Traveling Pagoda, but she has never been here. Yi Yaoshua followed Qin Yun to the door of Star-Picking Pavilion. She is somewhat nervous in her heart and very smoothly entered. You can actually enter. Qin Yun is somewhat amazed. What? You think I am not sincere in entering Star-Traveling Pagoda? Yi Yaoshua said in a bad mood. At this time, Granny Star arrived and yelled from distance. Xiao Yun, Murong Tianjia and others have arrived with gifts. Chapter 966. Chapter 966 Breakthrough Technique. Qin Yun and Yi Yaoxue arrived at the lobby of Star Traveling Pagoda's first floor. After the lobby has been renovated, although it still has a simple and unadorned aura of vicissitudes, it is a lot better than before. Murong Tianjia, Murong Changwu, Murong Yue and Xie Wufeng are sitting in the lobby, drinking tea and waiting. Granny Star came out of the lobby with a smile on her face. After she entered the lobby, Qin Yun and Yi Yaoxue also came out. Murong Tianjia and others are startled to see Yi Yaoxue here. They thought that Yi Yaoxue and Qin Yun would hate each other, but now they are so close, they can't help but let their imagination run wild. Lionhead, I did not expect you to be that venerable master. Murong Yue lightly groaned and said. Indeed, did you bring your precious gift? Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. Murong Tianjia took out a box, placed it on the ground and said, Take a look, are you satisfied? Qin Yun looked at the item inside the box and became secretly happy. It is actually a black crystal bone. This was a black crystal beast bone that could only be cultivated by a powerful beast with a black beast soul. It was very precious. Normally, it was used to refine a king or half-immortal artifact as an addition. Apart from immortal tier materials, this black crystal bone is the best material. I am very satisfied, thanks. Qin Yun put it away with smile. Yun, old boy, has the conflict between you and senior sister Yi been resolved? Xie Wufeng glanced at Yi Yaoxue and asked. I was worried that you would go and fight her to the death. It has been resolved. Qin Yun said with smile. Boss Xie, you are now a martial emperor, what are your plans for the future? Xie Wufeng looked at Yi Yaoxue and said, I want to challenge her. Yi Yaoxue smiled and said, Why do you want to challenge me? I am not First Pagoda's chief disciple. First Pagoda's new chief disciple is Fang Zhijin. Xie Wufeng and Murong Tianjia's expression slightly changed. They looked at each other in amazement. Is this true? Why hasn't First Pagoda announced it yet? Xie Wufeng said. First Pagoda will announce it later. They have already registered Fang Zhijin as their chief disciple. Yi Yaoxue said with smile. There are several reasons why they made Fang Zhijin their chief disciple. For example, they abandoned me, and then because you became a martial emperor, they were worried that you would defeat me. Murong Tianjia sighed and said, First Pagoda's chief disciple is Fang Zhijin, it will be difficult. This Fang Zhijin is Yang Chongtian's grandson. He has been peak martial emperor for a long time. He should be in closed-door training to cross half-immortal tribulation. Why is he the chief disciple? Xie Wufeng sat down and said, To ensure that the chief disciple will not be defeated. First Pagoda's Pagoda Beast and Pagoda Master are not our Divine Sword Pagoda's match. Only their chief disciple is hard to defeat. Murong Tianjia said, Junior brother Qin, can you help peak stage Martial King's breakthrough? Take a look and see if you can help Xiaowei break through. Don't worry, we can discuss the remuneration. Murong Yue has a very bad feeling in her heart. She did not expect this immoral great master to be so capable. Even Yi Yaoxue is very close to him. What kind of reward? Qin Yun said with smile. Let's talk about it first. 5 high-quality Regent Origin Stones. Although you have a lot of them, you are only late-stage Martial King now, you will surely need them later. Murong Tianjia said, So long as you can help Xiaowei quickly become Martial Emperor, you will get 5 high-quality Regent Origin Stones. Qin Yun looked at Murong Yue and said, I want to check the situation of her Dao core. How? Murong Yue asked. Stretch out your hand. I will send in my mental power to check. Qin Yun said. Murong Yue extended her hand. Qin Yun grabbed her hand, poured in his mental power and said, Don't resist my mental power. After Qin Yun poured in his mental power, he quickly found out the concrete situation. I can help her break through, but she will need to absorb resources herself. You will have to pay for these resources yourselves. Qin Yun said. Murong Tianjia and Murong Changwu are very happy hearing Qin Yun's words. Murong Yue is also very excited. She also wants to quickly become martial emperor. She hastily asked, "Roughly how long will it take?" "That will depend on yourself. Slow will take a month, fast will take 10 days. Qin Yun said. Is it really that fast? Yi Yaoshue is also very amazed. She doesn't dare to believe it. Qin Yun looked at Xie Wufeng and said with smile, "If you don't believe me, ask Boss Xie." Xie Wufeng nodded and said with smile, "It is indeed that fast, moreover there will be no side effects." Murong Yue asked again, "Will it be very painful? I heard that using some secret technique to speed up breakthrough requires suffering." Qin Yun said with mischievous smile, "Safe and painless. First give me 5 high-quality Regent Origin stones." He indeed needs a lot of Regent Origin stones now. Considering his cultivation path, Nether Sun is a bottomless pit. Perhaps when he becomes martial emperor, he will use up all the Regent Origin stones in his possession. Murong Tianjia came prepared. He promptly took out 5 high-quality Regent Origin stones and gave them to Qin Yun. After Qin Yun confirmed that they are high-quality Regent Origin stones, he took out a talisman and said, "So long as you stick this talisman on a Regent Origin stone, the energy inside the Regent Origin stone will be released very quickly. This talisman can be used for around 20 Regent Origin stones." Is it really that effective? Yi Yaoshue said in amazement. If the energy inside the Regent Origin stone can be released very quickly, it can indeed allow people to break through very quickly. However, the energy release speed must be 10 to 100 times faster than before. Murong Tianjia and others also don't believe it. Murong Yue said, "Grandpa's friend can also release Regent Origin stones very quickly. Although it is very fast, it is not very fast. Moreover, he uses a super great formation. Can you achieve this with just a talisman?" Qin Yun handed over the talisman to Murong Yue and said with smile, "Why don't you take out a Regent Origin stone and give it a try?" Murong Tianjia promptly took out a Regent Origin stone and handed it over. He said, "Xiao Wei, give it a try." Murong Yue immediately stuck the talisman on the Regent Origin stone. With a cry, the Regent Origin stone slightly trembled, and a burst of golden light mist rushed out, as if a burst of wind blew in all direction. Yi Yaoshue, Murong Tianjia and others are so shocked that they are tongue-tied. They often use Regent Origin stones to cultivate. They are very clear about what this kind of energy release speed means. Even Granny Star is looking at the Regent Origin stone in shock. Qin Yun hastily took off the talisman and said, "Don't waste energy. When you go back to cultivate, remember to do it in a sealed room. Don't let the energy leak out, otherwise it will be wasted." Murong Yue is so shocked that she is speechless. She repeatedly nodded her head. Murong Changwu deeply inhaled a mouthful of air and asked, "Great Master, is this talisman easy to refine? If I had a few more, wouldn't I, who had cultivated 3 Dao cores, be able to quickly break through?" Qin Yun sighed and said, "The difficulty of refining is very high. Of course, if you give me enough reward, I will surely find time to help you make this talisman. You need a lot of Regent Origin stones to cultivate 3 Dao cores. So long as you have enough resources, steadily advancing by leaps and bounds is not a problem." Yi Yaoshue sighed in her heart. This kind of talisman is very powerful, not to mention martial kings, even martial emperors need it. She is secretly rejoicing that her conflict with Qin Yun has been resolved, otherwise she would have died of regret. "Oh, that's right, don't go around talking about this matter. My current strength is very weak. If some experts with evil intentions learn about this, I will have a lot of trouble." Qin Yun said with smile. "We understand." Murong Tianjia nodded. The few of them now knew that the title of Martial Grandmaster wasn't just for show. Xie Wufeng said, Old Boy Yun, after defeating Dragon Sect, 100 Pagoda Sect will be able to obtain great amount of resources for next 10 years. Therefore, every time we win, First Pagoda will hold a competition and take out a lot of resources as reward. It will start in about a month. If you want to go, you must start preparing now. Yi Yaoshua said, I must go, the resources are very generous. Nearly half of the resources in First Pagoda's competition are obtained by First Pagoda disciples, therefore First Pagoda is very generous with resources. Xia Wufeng said with smile, Old Boy Yun, if you go, you might be able to fish up a lot. Alright. I will surely go when the time comes. Qin Yun said. Each pagoda can only send 2 people. The highest cultivation is mid-stage martial emperor. Generally speaking, each pagoda will send mid-stage martial emperor disciples. Great master, you are only late-stage martial king. You might suffer a bit of disadvantage. Murong Tianjia added. Qin Yun said with smile. Later just call me junior brother. I won't have any problem participating in this kind of competition. Yi Yaoshua said, Relax, I will go with you, you won't suffer any disadvantage. Xia Wufeng and others are amazed. Yi Yaoshua actually wants to help Qin Yun. Big sister Yi, you are First Pagoda's disciple. Even though you are not the chief disciple, helping him like this is not very good. Murong Yue said in low voice. I am now a disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda. It seems like my choice is very wise. Yi Yaoshua sweetly smiled. Yi Yaoshua actually left First Pagoda. This caused Murong Tianjia and others to be very amazed. Xia Wufeng said with smile. You have just been stripped of your chief disciple position and you already joined Star Traveling Pagoda, you are really fast. Yi Yaoshua said with charming smile. Apart from Granny Star, I am the strongest in Star Traveling Pagoda. Moreover, there is a great master here. I won't suffer any disadvantage in Star Traveling Pagoda. Do you want to join? Let's talk about it later. It is also very good for us in Divine Sword Pagoda. Murong Tianjia said. It is impossible for him not to be moved because Qin Yun's talisman is very awesome. If he can obtain it for free, his cultivation will surely soar to the heavens. Let's go. Xia Wufeng said with smile. Let's quickly return and prepare for First Pagoda's competition. Soon after, they hastily left to return and prepare. Chapter 967. Doomsday Refuge. Yi Yaoshua has always been in contact with Hong Mengshu and others. She said, I will try sending sound transmission to them, Qin Yun said. It is useless. They are inside ancient Star Pagoda, there should be some kind of barrier protecting them. Sending sound transmission will not be easy. You should personally take a look. Alright. Yi Yaoshua curled her lips and said, You made me chief disciple so that you can order me around. Qin Yun said with smile. I am the pagoda master, if I don't order you around, who else can I order? Yi Yaoshua glared at him and left Star Traveling Pagoda. Qin Yun took out some Regent Origin stones. They are all low-quality Regent Origin stones he sorted out. They are all mid-low-quality Regent Origin stones. Wait for Mengshu, I will let Sister Steamed Bun and Water Fairy come out. Then we can cultivate together. We should be able to increase our cultivation by a lot. Qin Yun secretly calculated. He feels that it is time for him to break through. Because in the competition, his opponents are all martial emperors. If he is peak martial king now, he can fight against mid-stage martial emperors. Not long after, Yi Yaoshua arrived with Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian. Qin Yun brought the 2 women to a secret room at the highest floor of Star Traveling Pagoda. Xiao Tian, did you discover anything in ancient Star Pagoda? Qin Yun asked. I did. Yu Shutian nodded. There are some ancient texts inside ancient Star Pagoda that record the matters related to Ancient Domain. Ancient Domain is indeed in the starry sky. It can be directly reached from the starry sky, but it will take a very long time and it is also very dangerous. I also know about this. I also found relevant records in Star Traveling Pagoda, Qin Yun said with sigh. Yun, you asked me about that mysterious danger zone before. It is indeed ancient domain. Yu Shutian said again. Ancient domain is preparing to descend into Xian domain. Moreover, it will be a period of time, but it will not be easy to enter. Hong Mengshu said. It is recorded in ancient texts that 9 suns are preparing to fall. Ancient domain is a refuge. After 9 suns fall, the 9 desolate will be exterminated and then reborn. Qin Yun has already heard about 9 suns falling and exterminating the world. Bing Xing and Wu Mingxiu have told him about it. Moreover, according to their calculations, this should be end of era period. If this is true, what will happen? Qin Yun was very worried. If that's true, then the destruction of the world will start from the weakest desolate. The ancient book said that when the time comes, it will start from the martial desolate, then the magical beast desolate, and then the spirit desolate. The immortal desolate will be slower. If they can't escape, they will die in Z-Age. That's why ancient domain has existed for a very long time. It is mainly a refuge. Hong Mengshu said. Qin Yun thought that the 9 suns exterminating the world was only a legend. He never expected it to be true. Yu Shutian said. Yun, if ancient domain has truly descended into spirit desolate, then spirit desolate's destruction will not be far. Qin Yun said. Ancient domain must be very dangerous. Taking refuge in ancient domain must also be very dangerous. Of course, ancient domain is a floating continent in the star field. There are all kinds of powerful star beasts inside. Even though it is dangerous, we can avoid being killed by the falling 9 suns. Yu Shutian said with sigh. I also don't want that day to come. Xiao Tian, if ancient domain truly descends, do you have any way to enter? Qin Yun asked. This shouldn't be a problem. What I need to do now is to calculate when ancient domain will descend into spirit desolate. At that time, there will surely be strange phenomenon, maybe it will bring disaster. Yu Shutian said. I want to cultivate together with Mengshu, do you want to join? Qin Yun asked. I don't need to, I can cultivate inside ancient star pagoda, by absorbing star power. Yu Shutian laughed. Alright. I will let Devil Woman Yi send you back. Qin Yun said. After Yi Yaoxue sent off Yu Shutian, Qin Yun let Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi come out. Hong Mengshu said, Brother Yun, I did not expect you to reconcile with Yi Yaoxue so easily. It seems like she is very obedient to you. Qin Yun said with smile. She is now a disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda. Moreover, I am a venerable master, of course she will be obedient to me. As long as Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi cultivate with Qin Yun, their cultivation will also increase very quickly. Normally they also learn skills from Yao Fang, they are all skills that can assist them in refining tools. Qin Yun took out a very large beast skin. It is a 9 condensation Dao formation, it is made using 9 condensation sun rune. It can release the energy inside Regent Origin stones very quickly. The few of them are sitting on top of the formation and cultivating, absorbing the energy released by the Regent Origin stones. These Regent Origin stones are of very low quality, but after being stimulated by special power in the 9 condensation Dao formation, they can release very dense energy together. Qin Yun and the few women cultivated through Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, making the energy even stronger and purer. There are many Regent Origin stones and the energy released is also very dreadful. Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi and Hong Mengshu are unable to endure the energy rushing into their bodies. Luckily they are able to endure. Although they feel pain while cultivating, they can feel that their bodies are becoming stronger. Because while cultivating, Qin Yun's immortal devil body's power also entered their bodies, causing their bodies to become stronger. Qin Yun's cultivation method is different from theirs. He needs to consume a lot of energy to break through. Therefore, Qin Yun and the 3 women have been cultivating for more than 10 days. They have all broken through, but he has not. In order to let Qin Yun obtain even more energy, Zi Qingqing and the others can only continue cultivating with Qin Yun. This is not bad for them, it can also allow them to absorb even more energy to cultivate. Qin Yun cultivated for more than 20 days to let his Dao core undergo 5th transformation. Dao core 5th transformation means that he is now peak martial king. And Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi and Hong Mengshu have also become peak martial kings. Those low-quality regent origin stones have also been completely consumed. Hong Mengshu exclaimed in admiration and said, "Brother Yun, you need to consume so many regent origin stones to break through one realm. How much will you consume when you become martial emperor?" Qin Yun said with bitter smile, "If not for you guys cultivating with me, I would have to consume more than twice as many regent origin stones. This is the most awesome aspect of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Not only it can increase a lot of energy, it can also benefit many people at the same time." Hong Mengshu said with smile, "Then I will go find Xiao Tian. I have not seen her for more than 20 days, she must miss me very much." Hong Mengshu is very happy that she can become peak martial king. She very happily left Star Traveling Pagoda and was sent back by Yi Yaoshu. "Little brother Yun, we have not helped you for a long time, we are not used to it." Shui Tianzi charmingly pulled Qin Yun's hand and said with charming smile. Qin Yun pinched Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing's cheeks and said with smile, "All right, now I will let you 2 busy. Refine tools? Or make materials?" Zi Qingqing asked. "Sister Yao Fang has taught you a lot of knowledge, I will now take this opportunity to test you." Qin Yun took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and placed 10 black crystal beast bones inside. They are the precious gift from City Master Murong. "These are black crystal beast bones, we should be able to refine them." Shui Tianzi chuckled and said, "This is not a problem for us." Qin Yun took out 20 throwing knives and placed them on a table. Then he took out a black bottle and poured a great amount of beast oil into the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. "This beast oil is king-quality beast oil. Take a guess, what am I going to do?" Qin Yun asked. Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing glanced at each other, their beautiful faces are filled with smile. Apparently they know what Qin Yun is going to do. "You are going to strengthen the throwing knives," Zi Qingqing said. "You will use beast oil to melt the black crystal beast bones, they will turn into something like black mud. Then soak the throwing knives in it, they will absorb the black crystal beast bones and become stronger." Shui Tianzi said with charming smile, "Isn't it like this? Not bad, it seems like you are studying very seriously." Qin Yun smiled and placed his hands on the 2 women's beautiful cheeks. He gently caressed their smooth jade-like faces. He is enjoying it very much. "I will leave this task to you. You must be careful during the process of refining throwing knives, don't burn yourself, also don't damage the runes on the throwing knives. I want to do other things," Qin Yun said. "All right." Shui Tianzi pinched Qin Yun's arm and said with smile, "We will be very careful, we guarantee that you will be satisfied." Zi Qingqing walked over, picked up a throwing knife and carefully looked at it. She said, "Little brat, Sister Yao Fang is so pitiful, can you really help her remove the curse?" "I will do my best." Qin Yun said, "Her temperament is not good when you are with her, you must be considerate. She is very good to us," Shui Tianzi said with smile. "And she is very gentle to us," Zi Qingqing also said with smile. "Little brat, could it be that she is very fierce to you? You guys go ahead, I will chat with her." Qin Yun waved his hand. He feels somewhat unbalanced in his heart because Yao Fang is very fierce to him. He sent sound transmission to Yao Fang and asked, "Sister Yao Fang, how is your study of 9 Sun World Extermination scripture going?" Yao Fang secretly learned 9-Sun World Extermination scripture from Devil Immortal Great Emperor. In order to let Yao Fang learn this technique, Qin Yun secretly planned to let Yao Fang suffer from Devil Immortal Great Emperor's strongest curse. This way, Yao Fang could pry into Devil Immortal Great Emperor's memories and secretly learn 9-Sun World Extermination scripture. I cannot teach it to you for now, your cultivation is not high enough, Yao Fang said. Rest assured, I can obtain this technique because of your contribution, I won't embezzle it. Qin Yun said, Sister Yao Fang, I want to talk to you about something, it is related to 9-Sun falling into 9 desolate. He told Yao Fang about what happened in ancient domain. After Yao Fang heard, she became silent for a while and then said with sigh, It is true. Originally, Martial Desolate and Spirit Desolate should have been exterminated, but for some reason, it has not happened yet. In short, this matter is very complicated and mysterious. Qin Yun, although ancient domain is the last refuge, hiding inside is not a long-term solution. I don't recommend you to hide inside ancient domain. If it really happens, what should I do? Qin Yun said. Chapter 968. Chapter 968 Transforming Treasure Mirror. Qin Yun doesn't know when he can go to Immortal Desolate. He must become an immortal to go there. Sister Yao Fang, if world extermination really starts, won't Martial Desolate's people be finished? Qin Yun recalled the people from Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. His father Qin Long is also exploring Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. I don't know, if you have the opportunity, ask Xiao Rou, she knows this matter better than me. Yao Fang said. Xieqiru is at the bottom of Myriad Star Lake in Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. If 9-Sun exterminates the world, she will be in great danger. Thinking about this matter, Qin Yun cannot help but become even more worried. Inside the secret room, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi are waiting for the black crystal beast bone to melt. Qin Yun left the secret room and arrived at the next room. He took out the immortal graveyard diagram and contacted Xieqiru. Xieqiru very quickly responded. Qin Yun hastily informed Xieqiru about 9-Sun exterminating the world. Xiao Yun, don't worry. Even if 9-Sun exterminates the world, nothing will happen to you. You have the 9-Sun divine soul, you can escape this calamity. Xieqiru said with smile. You also don't need to worry about me. If that day comes, I will be safe here. Really? Qin Yun is somewhat surprised. Why is that place safe? Because there is a natural barrier here that can block most of the power of the calamity. Otherwise I would not be hiding here. Xieqiru said with smile. The border area is separated by Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. It is filled with all kinds of mysteries. Hearing Xieqiru's words, Qin Yun truly believes her and immediately felt relieved. Sister Qiru, I met a woman with inscription Martial Spirit. Qin Yun informed Xieqiru about Yi Yaoxue. Xieqiru is very interested, she said. Xiao Yun, if you can refine that mirror, you can see whether or not you can reflect runes on it. That way you can properly study it later. If it doesn't work, wait for UMA when the time comes, let them reflect it. Sister Qiru, can you contact Yuelan and the others? I want to ask them when they can come to Xian Domain. If you can contact her, help me inform her that this is a good opportunity to attack Xian Domain Dragon Sect. Qin Yun said. He had planned to letting Qingyu go back to pass the message, but he did not trust Qingyu and was worried that others would not believe him. Yuelan will go to Bingxing from time to time. I will tell Yuelan and Shuyue about this and let them pass the message to Bingxing. When the time comes to attack Dragon Sect, they will discuss it themselves. Xieqiru said. If the world extermination really begins, they must quickly enter Xian Domain and find a way to hide inside Ancient Domain. If this little girl Yueme has time, tell her to come to Xian Domain. Forget it, it is better to tell her not to come. I am worried that she will run into trouble on the road. Qin Yun said. Don't be afraid, Yume is very powerful. Xie Qiru said with smile. Find a way to enter the ancient domain and find the Nether Sun Spirit. I will teach you how to use the Nether Sun Spirit. After contacting Xie Qiru, Qin Yun felt a lot more relieved. He returned to the secret chamber and saw Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi using their mental power to control the flying daggers into the dragon suppression cauldron and soaking them in the boiling black liquid. You guys look very skilled, Qin Yun said with smile. Brat, don't worry about what you are doing, leave these miscellaneous matters to us. Zi Qingqing said. My sister steamed bun, you are becoming more and more awesome. Qin Yun walked over, rubbed Zi Qingqing's face and said with mischievous smile. Qin Yun strengthened his flying dagger talisman tool to prepare for the upcoming competition. Now with Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi's help, he doesn't need to worry about these matters anymore. He took out the Dao Tool treasure mirror he bought before. I hope it will go smoothly. Qin Yun wants to transform the Dao Tool treasure mirror and place the Gemini heavenly rune inside it so that it can copy runes. Qin Yun first let Emo come out and tell him about the runes inside the mirror. Then they joined hands and began transforming the runes. Because he wants to remove some irrelevant runes and then add star and moon runes inside to stabilize the mirror and make it operate stably. Finally, he wants to move the Gemini heavenly rune inside the mirror and fuse it with all the runes inside the mirror. This is the biggest test. Qin Yun is currently unable to carve the Gemini heavenly rune. But the Gemini heavenly rune is very peculiar, it is now a complete ball, just like a soul body, it can fuse with other runes. The premise is that it needs to be controlled well. Not to mention Qin Yun, even many immortal inscription masters in Immortal Desolate have never done this kind of thing before. Qin Yun has no experience or reference, so he can only try all kinds of things. The Gemini heavenly rune is not fusing well with other runes. This is mainly because Qin Yun did not arrange the runes properly, causing the runes to not fuse well with each other. He needs to try all kinds of arrangements. Qin Yun is neither sleeping nor resting. He is very focused and very excited as he fiddled with the Gemini heavenly rune. There is a space inside the Dao Tool treasure mirror that contains the Gemini heavenly rune. Qin Yun needs to fuse all the runes inside the Dao Tool treasure mirror with the Gemini heavenly rune. Only this way can the treasure mirror possess the power of the Gemini heavenly rune. The process is very troublesome and complicated. Qin Yun has been working on it for several days. Although the progress is pretty good, he doesn't know exactly how he reached this step. He is relying on intuition and blind guessing. He kept carving star and moon runes on the mirror. If he finds that they are not compatible, he would erase them and then change to another one. Although it looks like he is having a headache, Qin Yun is very happy and is not tired. After tossing and turning like this for about 10 days, he finally finished. It is mainly because I don't understand Gemini heavenly rune. These heavenly runes are too complicated. If I could directly carve them, I would be able to fuse them with other runes as I wish. Qin Yun let out a long sigh. He is also very tired. When he is busy, he doesn't feel tired at all. Now that he is done, he feels extremely tired. Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing have been helping him strengthen the 20 throwing knives. They have been beside him all along, helping him transfer their power and mental power to him, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to persist for so many days without rest and sleep. I am very tired, I need to rest. Qin Yun stored away the mirror and directly lied down. He used Shui Tianzi's thigh as his pillow and fell asleep. After sleeping for a few hours, Qin Yun heard door knocking sound coming from outside. It is Yi Yaoxue. Little brat. Someone is knocking on the door, it is that Yi Yaoxue. Zi Qingqing pinched Qin Yun's face and lightly yelled. Qin Yun opened his eyes in a daze and pushed aside Shui Tianzi's lily-white hands that are groping his body. First Pagoda is holding some competition, I actually forgot about it. Qin Yun recalled and promptly sat up. Then he let Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi enter the Nine-Sun Divine Soul. He stored away the heavenly lion-dragon suppressing cauldron and some other tools, and then opened the door of the secret room. The competition is about to begin. What are you doing? Yi Yaoshua looked at Qin Yun and said with frown, Are you sleeping? Qin Yun's clothes are messy, his hair is messy, he nodded. Yi Yaoshua's beautiful nose moved, she smelled some scent and lightly groaned. There is the scent of other women. It is Mengshu and Xiao Tian's, they came here before. Qin Yun said with smile. There are 4 fragrances here, 2 of them are Mengshu and Xiao Tian's, but the fragrance is very weak, it must be from long ago. As for the other 2 fragrances, they seem to be from not long ago and they are coming from your body. Yi Yaoshua looked at Qin Yun with face filled with disdain. Don't tell me you brought 2 women here to have fun. Don't tell me you have dog martial spirit? How can your nose be so sensitive? Qin Yun is somewhat amazed. Clearly the competition is about to begin, why are you not conserving your energy? Yi Yaoshua somewhat angrily said. I have broken through, I am now peak martial king. Qin Yun said with smile. I indeed brought 2 helpers, they are mainly here to help me refine tools and craft talismans. Really? Yi Yaoshua took out a mirror and pointed it at Qin Yun and said, Don't move, let me look carefully. Qin Yun also did not move. Not long after, Yi Yaoshua confirmed that Qin Yun is peak martial king through the mirror. Quickly take a bath, and then set off for first pagoda, Yi Yaoshua said. After taking a bath, Qin Yun put on a set of blue and white clothes. It is the same as the one Yi Yaoshua is wearing, it was given to him by Yi Yaoshua. Yi Yaoshua is not wearing clothes, she also did not do her hair, she is simply tying up her hair. Qin Yun can tell that she is about to engage in a fierce battle. Devil Woman Yi, this month, everyone in 100 Pagoda sect knows that you are the chief disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda, right? Qin Yun asked. They know. Yi Yaoshua proudly smiled and said, Those guys from First Pagoda are so angry that they want to die. Didn't they give up on you? What is there to be angry about? Qin Yun somewhat doesn't understand and asked. Because First Pagoda has the most resources in 100 Pagoda sect, they thought that I would not leave First Pagoda. Yi Yaoshua said with smile. Who would have thought that I would go to Star Traveling Pagoda? Qin Yun curled his lips and said, Our Star Traveling Pagoda doesn't have any resources, don't expect me to give you any. Yi Yaoshua lightly groaned and said, Qin Xiao Yun, when I was in First Pagoda, I willingly gave up most of the resources, don't think that I am that kind of woman. Qin Yun said with smile. Although I won't give you any resources, I will give you those talismans that will allow you to break through quickly. Yi Yaoshua is very happy in her heart, but she still doesn't believe Qin Yun and asked, Really? How can you be so generous? You are always haggling over every little thing. This will depend on your performance. Wait until there is a break during the competition, I want to see your martial spirit. Qin Yun said. Alright. Yi Yaoshua said. Not long after, Yi Yaoshua brought Qin Yun and arrived at the entrance of First Pagoda. Many disciples are gathered at the entrance of First Pagoda. Qin Yun is not wearing lion head. He is just following Yi Yaoshua. Even though he is not wearing lion head, everyone knows that he is Qin Xiao Yun. Yi Yaoshua left First Pagoda and joined Star Traveling Pagoda, moreover she became chief disciple. This caused many people to make wild guesses. Now that they have seen Qin Yun and Yi Yaoshua, they can make all kinds of wild guesses. Chapter 969. Zhang Yunping. When First Pagoda announced that Yi Yaoshua is no longer the chief disciple, it caused all the disciples of 100 Pagoda sect to be amazed. Then they found out that Yi Yaoshua has joined Star Traveling Pagoda, causing a commotion in the entire 100 Pagoda sect. Even after a month, They are still discussing this matter. Even the 100 Pagoda city outside is in an uproar. And First Pagoda's sect master and elders are very vexed. They really did not expect that Yi Yaoshua would join Star Traveling Pagoda. They thought that Yi Yaoshua would not run away and would continue staying in First Pagoda. After all, First Pagoda is the strongest pagoda in 100 Pagoda sect. Even if Yi Yaoshua doesn't care about resources, she would at least care about First Pagoda's position. Everyone knows that Yi Yaoshua doesn't care about the chief disciple position. First Pagoda's elders also know this. Therefore, many people are guessing that Yi Yaoshua feels guilty and decided to join Star Traveling Pagoda to make up for their losses. Because Star Traveling Pagoda was swindled by First Pagoda, Yi Yaoshua can't escape responsibility. In fact, in order to make up for her mistake, Yi Yaoshua decided to join Star Traveling Pagoda. Although she won't be able to bring any benefits to Star Traveling Pagoda, her attitude can be clearly seen. At the same time, she is also expressing her dissatisfaction towards First Pagoda's elders. It must be known that Yang Chongtian and the others reneged on their promise and didn't return the resources to Star Traveling Pagoda. They pushed the blame to Yi Yaoshua. This caused Yi Yaoshua to be very angry. As soon as Qin Yun and Yi Yaoshua arrived, many young and handsome disciples of First Pagoda flew over. Since Yi Yaoshua joined Star Traveling Pagoda, many First Pagoda's disciples wanted to see her but they couldn't. Senior Sister Yi. Junior Sister Yi. Why did you go to Star Traveling Pagoda? Although Star Traveling Pagoda has a pretty good inscription master, what benefit does it bring to you? Exactly, what is so good about that broken pagoda? Not only you won't get any resources, you will also have to help them get resources. Quickly come back, Sect Master will surely welcome you. Yi Yaoshua coldly said, Don't talk anymore, I won't go back. Not unless Sect Master fulfills his promise and returns the resources to Star Traveling Pagoda. He personally promised me, but then he reneged and pushed all the blame on me. Such a sect leader is bullshit. First Pagoda's disciples have very unsightly expression. Even though their sect master was cursed, they can't say anything because it was Yi Yaoshua who cursed him. The disciples of the other pagodas were watching the show. Now everyone knows the reason why Yi Yaoshua joined Star Traveling Pagoda. It is to prove that she did not lie. Junior sister, don't be willful. Although sect master's method is somewhat inappropriate, you and I both know that it is for the benefit of First Pagoda. Our First Pagoda has so many disciples. If we suddenly lose half of our resources, the consequences will be too horrible to contemplate. A handsome youth wearing luxurious green clothes said. The young man had a 3-headed snake wrapped around his arm. The snake's 3 heads were of different colors and shapes. The snake's head was triangular, round, and flat. They all looked scary. After the handsome youth arrived, other First Pagoda disciples lowered their heads and bowed, then shouted, Greetings, Senior Brother Zhang. Zhang Yunping, you and I both know that 70% of First Pagoda's resources have been embezzled by all kinds of elders to their families. Low-level disciples of First Pagoda basically don't have any resources. I originally wanted to give up more resources so that low-level disciples could get some, but they were all embezzled by you. Yi Yaoshua has shed all pretense of cordiality and furiously exposed First Pagoda's dirty deeds. Yi Yaoshua's voice resounded through the plaza in front of First Pagoda's gate. There are many First Pagoda disciples here, they all heard it. Many people of 100 Pagoda sect more or less know about the distribution of resources within First Pagoda. They just did not expect that the higher-ups of First Pagoda would embezzle 70% of the resources. Junior sister, don't forget who raised you. Zhang Yunping's expression became cold as he said. I led 100 Pagoda sect to repel Dragon sect twice in a row. Moreover, because I was the chief disciple of First Pagoda was able to maintain its first position for more than 10 years. I have already repaid all of you, Yi Yaoshua said in cold voice. Zhang Yunping is the grandson of a grand elder of First Pagoda. He is a late-stage martial king. Not to mention his formidable strength, his position is also very high. Although he has all kinds of beauties, none of them can compare to Yi Yaoshua. Therefore, he is the same as many geniuses of First Pagoda. He has always wanted to obtain Yi Yaoshua. Are you Qin Shaoyun? Zhang Yunping looked at Qin Yun and furiously said, "This is all your fault, you bastard. You must have pressured junior sister to leave our First Pagoda." Qin Yun's expression is cold, his tone contains a trace of anger. What does this have to do with me? It is all because your First Pagoda's sect master did not keep his words, causing Yi Yaoshua to have no choice but to repay the debt. It is all your fault. Zhang Yunping loudly shouted, "Shut up! Everyone knows junior sister's temperament. If you did not take advantage of the situation to pressure her, she would not have become like this. It is all your fault. It is all your fault. Bastard! You forced senior sister to leave First Pagoda. You used senior sister's guilt to force her to repay the debt and make her leave First Pagoda. We will not let you off." Qin Yun is so angry that he wants to beat someone up. This is clearly First Pagoda's fault, yet they are blaming him. Yi Yaoshua coldly shouted, "All of you shut up! This has nothing to do with him. I willingly joined Star Traveling Pagoda. Also, you must remember that our 100 Pagoda sect was able to repel Dragon sect. His contribution cannot go unnoticed. Moreover, he is a very talented inscription master." Murong Yue lightly groaned and said, "A bunch of idiots, he is a genuine venerable inscription master." Those First Pagoda's disciples recalled Jin He's respectful appearance towards Qin Yun and became somewhat worried. Zhang Yunping said with sneer, "So what if he is a venerable master? He is just a selfish guy. Our First Pagoda people do not expect him to bring us any benefits, so we don't need to respect him." Hearing Zhang Yunping's words, other people immediately became very confident. "Selfish? You bastards still have the face to talk about me? Your First Pagoda owes our Star Traveling Pagoda resources." Qin Yun is filled with fury in his heart as he loudly cursed. He did not expect First Pagoda disciples to be as shameless as their sect master Yang Chongtian. "Ignore them, let's go over there." Yi Yaoshua pulled Qin Yun's hand and walked to the plaza, waiting for the competition to begin. Yi Yaoshua actually took the initiative to pull someone else's hand. This caused many First Pagoda disciples to burn with jealousy. Who would have thought that even though Yi Yaoshua is amiable and approachable at times, she is also very forthright and also very gentle at times. She is very hard to woo. Even many peak martial emperor geniuses and young half-immortals of First Pagoda have never been treated so intimately by her. Zhang Yunping is very jealous looking at this. He wished that he could go over and beat Qin Yun up. "Junior sister, don't show off your temper, so that some evil people don't take advantage of the situation." Zhang Yunping gnashed his teeth in anger and furiously glared at Qin Yun. "That bastard is not worthy of you." Yi Yaoshua saw the reaction of First Pagoda disciples and felt indescribably happy in her heart. She said with charming smile, "Could it be that you are worthy of me? If it were not for his help, I would not have been able to lead 100 Pagoda sect to repel Dragon sect. I admire him, what about it?" As she spoke, she even kissed Qin Yun's handsome face. Then, she hugged one of Qin Yun's arms and leaned her body on Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun cursed Yi Yaoshua in his heart. She is actually taking liberties with him in broad daylight. He really wants to send Yi Yaoshua flying with a kick. She is drawing hatred towards him. Zhang Yunping stomped his feet in anger. Yi Yaoshua is the goddess in his heart, yet she is acting so intimate with a man in front of so many people. Other male disciples of First Pagoda also have expression of indignation. "Junior sister, didn't you say that you only want to be together with strong people? That guy is only good at inscription, his strength is far below yours. Zhang Yunping's eyes are red as he furiously said. Yi Yaoshua said with charming smile, "Do you still remember? I lost to a venerable master in Murong Manor. That venerable master is Qin Shao Yun." Yi Yaoshua's words caused many people to cry out in alarm. Everyone knows how awesome that venerable master of Murong Manor is. Now he is actually a disciple of 100 Pagoda sect. How did he become a golden disciple? This is not in accordance with 100 Pagoda sect's rules. Zhang Yunping loudly shouted, "It is not like they did not suspect this before. Anyway, it is Granny Star's permission." Granny Star said that disciples with special talent can enter 100 Pagoda sect as an exception. This rule is allowed by 100 Pagoda sect. Qin Shao Yun is a venerable master. Could it be that he is not qualified to make an exception? Yi Yaoshua proudly said with smile. In this place, she could not casually hit people, otherwise she would have already beaten Zhang Yunping up. So she can only use this kind of method to infuriate Zhang Yunping and First Pagoda people. Zhang Yunping is indeed extremely angry. Yi Yaoshua's expression is very proud, her smile is like a flower. Originally Qin Yun did not want to expose his venerable master status, but Yi Yaoshua revealed it. This caused him to feel very unhappy. Qin Yun suddenly said, "Yaoshua, when will the competition begin? Do we need to fight fiercely? Last night's tossing and turning made my waist sore. I am afraid it will be inconvenient to fight later." His voice is neither loud nor soft, it is just loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Yi Yaoshua was originally feeling very proud, but after hearing Qin Yun's words, her jade-like face became slightly red, and she glared at Qin Yun. Everyone heard Qin Yun's words and felt very uncomfortable, feeling as if a cabbage has been eaten by a pig. Their hearts felt very stifled. Especially those disciples who have been in love with Yi Yaoshua for a long time, they cannot help but let out long sigh in their hearts. They wish they could get drunk. Immoral, venerable master. Murong Yue cursed in low voice. She also feels that something really happened between Qin Yun and Yi Yaoshua last night. Zhang Yunping deeply breathed a few mouthfuls of air, only then did his bad mood become a bit better. "Qin Shao Yun, I will not let you have an easy time," Zhang Yunping said in cold voice. At this time, a few old men came out, they are in charge of the competition. The competition is about to begin. First Pagoda disciples are originally in high spirits because the competition is biased towards them. Chapter 970. Sinister and ruthless. An old man said in loud voice, "2 disciples from each pagoda, please follow us into First Pagoda. There will be a test before the competition. If you can't pass the test, you will be eliminated. First Pagoda wants to filter out the other pagoda's disciples. They will surely use dirty trick." Yi Yaoshua glared at Qin Yun, then pulled him and entered First Pagoda's gate. Qin Yun also saw Xie Wufeng and Murong Tianjia. They are Divine Sword Pagoda's disciples. Those who are not participating can only wait at the gate. Only First Pagoda's disciples know the specifics of the competition. This way, because other pagoda's disciples don't know, they can't prepare in advance and will suffer a lot of losses. First Pagoda is holding this competition to show that they are stronger than other pagoda's disciples. Every time, First Pagoda's disciples win most of the prizes. Qin Yun and other disciples are walking in a very narrow passage. It is somewhat pitch black. Suddenly, he sensed that he stepped on something. He lowered his head and saw that it is a 3-headed snake. It is Zhang Yunping's 3-headed snake. And Zhang Yunping is right in front of him. Qin Yun's mental power is very strong. If there was something on the ground, he would have discovered it. But that strange 3-headed snake suddenly appeared under his feet, causing him to accidentally step on it. This is very strange. Zhang Yunping suddenly turned around and shot out a palm attack as fast as lightning. The palm power is incomparably strong, causing the entire passage to tremble. Qin Yun did not expect this. Zhang Yunping's palm attack is very fast and the distance is very close, causing him to be hit in an instant. Boom! A loud sound echoed. Qin Yun loudly screamed. He feels incomparable pain all over his body. His clothes have been torn to shreds, the skin on his upper body has split open, he has turned into a bloody person in a short while. He did not expect that Zhang Yunping would suddenly attack, because 100 Pagoda sect does not allow private fight. Xie Wufeng and Murong Tianjia are behind him. They promptly blocked Qin Yun. Yi Yaoxue also did not expect that Zhang Yunping would attack in front of her. She is extremely furious. Red light rushed out of her body and sent a palm attack towards Zhang Yunping. Zhang Yunping is already prepared. After attacking Qin Yun, he promptly dodged and retreated. A few half-immortal old men immediately took action because Xie Wufeng also attacked. Everyone stop! What's going on? An old man shouted. Of course, he saw Qin Yun injured. Zhang Yunping is fighting, Yi Yaoxue furiously said while pointing at Zhang Yunping. He purposely stepped on my 3-soul king snake. In a moment of desperation, I pushed him away. However, I didn't expect him to be so weak that he would be seriously injured by me. With such little strength, he still wants to participate in the competition, Zhang Yunping said with sneer. He can see that Qin Yun's upper body is full of bloody scars. He is very proud of himself. You are a late-stage martial emperor, ranked 11th in 100 Pagoda sect. He is just a martial king, how can he block your attack? Yi Yaoxue furiously took out her saber and rushed forward. Zhang Yunping, I will kill you! Enough! An old man shouted. Yi Yaoxue, you are no longer a disciple of First Pagoda, do you still want to be arrogant in First Pagoda? Hearing this shout, Yi Yaoxue immediately understood. Just now, Zhang Yunping had secretly communicated with those old men through voice transmission. Even if Yi Yaoxue is very strong, she is just a mid-stage martial emperor, she is not a match for those half-immortals. We are leaving, we won't participate in the competition. Yi Yaoxue endured her anger and turned around to support Qin Yun. Qin Yun took out a set of clothes and put them on. There are star and moon runes carved on them that can quickly stabilize injuries. Although his face is somewhat pale, he still calmly said, Of course I will participate. Killing intent flashed through his calm expression, causing people's heart to tremble inside the dusky passage. Zhang Yunping is also somewhat apprehensive because of Qin Yun's gaze. Sect Master has arrived, an old man suddenly said. A white-haired old man wearing golden robe arrived. His expression is calm as he asked, What is going on here? Is there a private fight here? The person who arrived is Yang Chongtian. Sect Master, it is like this. Zhang Yunping promptly informed Yang Chongtian what happened. Qin Xiaoyun, you stepped on Yunping's snake and suffered his palm strike. Now you don't owe each other anything. Yang Chongtian coldly looked at Qin Yun and said in stern voice, If there is a next time, I will drive you out of First Pagoda. Qin Yun is filled with anger in his heart as he said in deep voice, First Pagoda, I truly underestimated you. Yang Chongtian said with sneer, You are too arrogant. Don't think that just because you are a venerable master, I will be respectful to you. Let me tell you, I, Yang Chongtian, have never cared about a venerable master. Yang Chongtian is very angry because Yi Yaoxue left First Pagoda, especially when he found out that Qin Yun and Yi Yaoxue are intimate. It must be known that his grandson Fang Zhijin also wants to get his hands on Yi Yaoxue. Because Yi Yaoxue left, Yang Chongtian's grandson Fang Zhijin is very sad. He even vented his anger on Yang Chongtian and accused him of driving Yi Yaoxue away. Yi Yaoxue very much wants to bring Qin Yun away because this is First Pagoda's territory. Zhang Yunping's attack just now was very heavy. It can be seen how much they want to kill Qin Yun. But she recalled that Qin Yun has pagoda master command and is a pagoda master. She felt relieved. If a pagoda master dies in first pagoda will be in great trouble, they will be besieged by other pagoda. Star Traveling Pagoda was also besieged after they killed first pagoda's pagoda master. Pagoda Master Yang, if you want to kill people here, you must be a bit careful. Star Traveling Pagoda's Star Origin Great Formation has been restored. Star Picking Pavilion has also been restored. Qin Yun's voice has a trace of threat. Yang Chongtian's eyes are wide open in shock. His expression is filled with fear. You are awesome. The other few old men were also terrified. The disciples of this passage, however, do not understand. Star Traveling Pagoda's Star Origin Great Formation is the strongest part of Star Traveling Pagoda in the past. It is said that if Star Traveling Pagoda did not have misgivings about 100 Pagoda sect, they would have used Star Picking Pavilion to control a large number of stars to fall down and destroy 100 Pagoda sect. You bastard, next time you dare step on my snake, I will kill you. Zhang Yunping saw that Qin Yun is still calm and loudly shouted. If your snake appears under my foot again, I will surely trample you and your snake to death. Qin Yun said in cold voice. This time, consider yourself lucky. Remember this, I'll pay you back for that slap you gave me. What did you say? Zhang Yunping furiously shouted and punched towards Qin Yun. Stop! Yang Chongtian's explosive shout caused Zhang Yunping's entire body to tremble and he retreated a few steps. Go back to what you are doing. Zhang Yunping, if you act recklessly again, the one who will die will be you. Yang Chongtian glared at Zhang Yunping and then hastily left. Zhang Yunping doesn't know how dreadful Star Picking Pavilion is, but Yang Chongtian knows. He also knows that the reason why the Star Origin Great Formation has been restored is because of Qin Yun. If Qin Yun dies here, Star Traveling Pagoda will disregard everything and destroy the entire 100 Pagoda sect. At that time, not even a hair of their first pagoda will be left, let alone enjoying the resources. Keep going. An elder yelled. Zhang Yunping doesn't dare to act recklessly again. He is very scared, but he is still very angry in his heart. Are you all right? Yi Yaoxue looked at Qin Yun and asked in a very concerned manner. I am fine, Qin Yun said and let out a long sigh. Xie Wufeng looked at Zhang Yunping's back, his killing intent completely revealed as he said in cold voice, That bastard, I will kill him. Qin Yun said in low voice, Boss Xie, don't act recklessly. This is First Pagoda's territory. What we need to do now is to snatch away their rewards as much as possible. Murong Tianjia said, We should keep going. This time let us go in front. Xie Wufeng and Murong Tianjia are walking in front of Qin Yun. Yi Yaoxue is very vigilant beside Qin Yun. She is blaming herself in her heart. If she did not infuriate Zhang Yunping, he would not have retaliated against Qin Yun out of jealousy. Moreover, she was beside Qin Yun and did not have the time to block Zhang Yunping. What is the background of that Zhang Yunping? Is he going to participate in the competition? Qin Yun asked in low voice. He was a mid-stage martial emperor before, ranked 11th on the martial emperor ranking. It is mainly because some people did not dare to challenge him, that is why he was able to stay on the ranking for so long. After he went into seclusion, he broke through to late-stage martial emperor. First Pagoda's competition only allows mid-stage martial emperors to participate. Yi Yaoxue said doubtfully. After a while, they arrived at a very spacious palace hall. There are a total of 200 participants. Most of them are mid-stage martial emperors. There is a large golden bell at the center of the palace hall. It is used to test strength. The participants must possess the strength of 10 dragons. If they can't, they will be eliminated. Now, First Pagoda's disciples will be the first to take the test. An old man said. Zhang Yunping walked up. The old man saw that everyone is very doubtful and said again, This time the rules are different from before. Late-stage martial emperors can also participate. All the disciples loudly cursed in their hearts hearing this. First Pagoda's disciples are both late-stage martial emperors. If they knew this earlier, they would have sent late-stage martial emperors to participate. This way, First Pagoda's 2 late-stage martial emperors will be the strongest participants. He already knew that First Pagoda's competition will be biased towards First Pagoda. But now, he once again saw how shameless First Pagoda is. They are actually playing dirty from the very beginning. Late-stage martial emperors? I am not afraid. With me here, they won't be able to get first place, Yi Yaoshua said in cold voice. The old man said in loud voice, during the strength test, the person with the highest score will get a high-quality Regent Origin Stone, second place will get a mid-quality Regent Origin Stone, third place will get a low-quality Regent Origin Stone. First Pagoda has 2 late-stage martial emperors. They have the highest cultivation, they will surely get 1 or 2. Third place will only get the worst low-quality Regent Origin Stone. Zhang Yunping proudly smiled, then rushed towards the large golden bell and punched, releasing a very strong power. The bell let out a dragon roar, then 30 golden dragon image soared out. This is 30 dragon power. Everyone burst into commotion, they exclaimed in admiration again and again. Ordinary mid-stage martial emperors have around 10 to 13 dragon power. More powerful ones have around 14 to 45 dragon power. And late-stage martial emperors are 1 realm higher than mid-stage martial emperors. Their power is doubled. In other words, Zhang Yunping is one of the strongest late-stage martial emperors. How many dragon power do you have? Qin Yun looked at Yi Yaoshua and asked in low voice. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.